Junior dragster drivers, load up and get ready. Junior dragster drivers, load up and get ready. And once again, want to welcome everyone here to Maple Grove Raceway for the FRBR Promotions, Daryl Tillman's Realty Group, Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. Want to welcome everyone tuning in at home now on Diamond State Digital. Thank you to B&M Performance for providing the live stream here this weekend. Again, thank you to all the sponsors that have stepped up here to make this another great FRBR experience. And also thanks to everyone who has shown up here on this hot July summer weekend. We've got a great crowd here, great car count. Can always add more, so if you're not here, come on down. And our first trivia prize has already been claimed, so congratulations to the first winner of the weekend. Junior dragster speed loading up, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, please rise. Gentlemen, remove your hats. Ladies and gentlemen, remove your hats. And as we will get this weekend started with the playing of our national anthem. And again, we thank you, and it's time to start racing this weekend with competitive racing action here at the Independent Showdown. My name is Chad Cathell. I'll be on the mic all weekend, so if I butcher your name, please come let me know so I don't do that. Everybody wants to be called by their right name. The junior dragsters should be getting ready to roll out. I want to thank Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling for their sponsorship of the junior dragster class here this weekend. Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling LLC is a family-owned and operated HVAC company with almost 30 years of experience in-house. They install and service gas and oil furnaces and boilers, as well as heat pumps and AC systems. Need a system from scratch? They handle full ductwork, including whole house cut-ins, cleaning, and are leakage certified. They will even handle replacing your water heater. When it comes to reliable, professional heating and cooling in Southern PA, Griner Bros are your only choice. Call today, 717-455-7467. Also, our presenting sponsor here this weekend and the Round sponsor of round number 1 for the junior dragsters is Blittersdorf's Automotive, located in the heart of Kennett Square, PA. Blittersdorf's Automotive is a family-owned and operated business for over 60 years. This one-stop shop offers complete automotive truck and trailer services, from basic repairs, complete engine or transmission replacements, and vehicle accessory upgrades. They are your destination. Brian and his crew also handle state inspections, emissions, and utilize a state-of-the-art alignments and diagnostic center. From daily driver to street rod and performance vehicles, call Blittersdorf at 610-444-0175 for all your automotive needs. First pair out, first pair of competition for this weekend. Noah Dustin here, Tower Side out of Rockville, Maryland, in the half scale, dialed at a 12:22, taking on Kara Lusby over in the far lane, dialed in at a 12:30. Double red light win, give it to Kara. She goes 12:050 on the dial. And Alexis Lusby here, Tower Side, 12:20 with the 6 to 9-year-old by. Win lay there to Paisley Anderson here, Tower Side. Another double red light win. Another true start win. 894 with an 8 on 895. Camden Berry, 896 1 on the 890 for the loss. Landon Anderson up now over in the far lane, 892. Tower Side, Darren Hull, 977. Win light goes to Darren Hall, 979 with a 6 on 977 after the red light start by Landon Anderson, 923 with a 6 on 892 for the loss. Mason Dudley up over in the far lane, 9 flat, tower side. Sophia Curtis, 898. And it is closing in on lunchtime, so if you're hungry, dollar hot dogs here today. So if you're feeling hungry, go grab you a dollar hot dog. Sophia Curtis turns the red, gives the win to Mason Dudley. And also special here today, got some chicken wings down there, so go grab you some wings for a dollar hot dog. Mason Dudley 9015 on the 9 flat at 72 mile an hour. Sophia 9012 on the 898 for the loss. Win light, give it to Danica Dustin, 9061 on the 904 with a 65 light. Austin Booker here tower side, turns it red, goes 890 with a 7 on 898 for the loss. Give the win to Hunter Ward as Shane Connor turns it big red. 911 with a 6 on a 908 for Ward. Connor goes 894.3 on the 895 for the loss. Shane Dowley over in the far lane, 807 for the half scale. Tower side in the Mike Boss. Trevor Ulrich, 792. Win light here to Trevor. Another big red light over there in the far lane. Trevor, 794.0 on the 792. Shane, 803.5 on the 807 for the loss. Nazir Wallace here, tower side, 802 the dial. Taking on Tyler Lusby, 797 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Green light start on both sides, and Wallace 006 up front goes 806.4 on the 802 dial at 79 miles an hour. Tyler breaks it out 795.3 on the 797 and was 55 at the hit. Gabriella McCloskey here, tower side, 790, taking on Jillian Kleinfelter over in the far lane, 804. Winley, give it to Jillian as Gabriella turns it red. Jillian goes 803.9 on the 804 dial at 80 mile an hour. Gabriella 791.8 on the 790 for the loss. Nia Persons here, tower side, 797, taking on Jordan Nelson in the Lucas Oil lane, 790 the dial. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need no box doubles. No box doubles to 1 and 2, please. No box doubles to 1 and 2, please. For first round of competition, Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. For Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 1, we need double entries to 1 and 2, please. Doubles to 1 and 2, please. Winlight, give it to Jordan Nelson, 801.4 on the 790 dial with a 14 late. Nia late at the hit because 804.9 on the 797 for the loss. Madison Schonberger here, tower side, 813 the dial, taking on Carly Force, 799 in the Lucas Oil lane. Madison gets the double breakout win, goes 811 with a 7 on the 813 dial with the 52 late. Carly 89 at the hit, goes 795.4 on the 799 at 79 miles an hour for the loss. Charlie Blittersdorf, 796 here in the Pro Torque lane, tower side, taking on Noah James, 8 flat the dial for the half scale out of Seaford, Delaware. No, the big starting line advantage over cue ball, but double breakout win. Give it to Charlie. 795.5 on the 796. Noah took quite a bit of straight. He definitely had room there. Needed to back it up just a little bit more. 799.0 on the 8 flat for the loss and headed to the buyback round. Jackson Griner, 826 here, tower side, in the half scale, taking on Logan Anderson, 795 over in the far lane. No box doubles, no box doubles. Final call to 1 and 2, no box doubles, no box doubles. Final call to 1 and 2, double entries for no box to 1 and 2. Final call, final call. Win late, Jackson Griner, 827.7 on the 826 dial with the 11 late. Logan Anderson breaks it out. Trying to get there. 26 at the hit. Goes 793.9 on the 795 at 80 mile an hour for the loss. JJ Schonberger, 807 the dial. Taking on Mallory Stewart, 806 in the almost heads up race here. And for no box, your buy will be car number XX05. XX05 will be your buy run for no box. No box. Buy run XX05. And first call going out for all of no box to 1 and 2. All of no box to 1 and 2. Doubles, you have been called. You should be there. Doubles, you have been called. You should be there. We need all of no box. All of no box to 1, 2. Spillover will go to 3 and 4. But we need you to 1 and 2. Car number XX05. You are the wait and see buy. Car number XX05. You are the wait and see buy. Yep, lane 8 for XX05. You'll need to go there for the wait and see buy. Lane 8 for the wait and see buy. Win late there to JJ. 799.6 on the 807 dial. Mallory turns it red, goes 8 flat with the 6 on the 806 for the loss. Malia Curtis up now, 792. We're doing some late track prep here after the last junior. This will be a license run here. And some late track prep, and we'll go into Morris Performance Transmissions round number 1 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. So all of no box has been called to the lanes to 1 and 2. All of no box has been called to the lanes for 1 and 2. Also, your no box class sponsor for this weekend, Roadrunner Race Fuels, located just 15 minutes from Maple Grove Raceway. Roadrunner and owner Jeff Stricker are your local source for VP Race Fuels. Not sure what fuel will serve your combination best? Just ask. Need nitrous bottles filled? They can do that too. Does your ride need new shoes? If Mickey Thompson is your brand, he is your man. Friendly and accommodating, Roadrunner will do what it takes to keep you racing, like they do with FRBR. Contact Roadrunner Race Fuels at 717-587-1693 for all of your fuel and tire needs. And we've got our second trivia winner of the weekend already, so congratulations to our winner. Once again, for everyone watching along at home on Diamond State Digital, I want to thank B&M Performance and Machining. B&M Performance and Machining is located in Parksburg here in Central PA. Over Kevin Mendenhall has over 20 years experience in the automotive machining and engine assembly industry. You'll find Kevin racing and competing with his own car and his kids' junior dragsters at local tracks in the area like Maple Grove and Cecil County Dragway. If you have any questions, call 484-643-3787 or visit www.bnmperformanceandmachining.com. From Wild to Wild, B&M has you covered. They can also help assist you in poor financial decisions. Just ask how to do that. All right, drivers in 1 and 2. Start loading up, getting ready. Drivers in 1 and 2 should start loading up, getting ready. Tractor's just about done. Attention the pits. Scott Lorish is selling one of his entries for top dragster. He is parked down near below the gas pumps. So head on down, see Scott Lorish if you're looking to get another entry. Here we go. First round competition for no box. Jason Parker in the Mustang over the far lane, 638. Steve Dustin here tower side in the Mustang 732. And give the win to Dustin, 733.8 on the 732 dial and 92 mile an hour. Parker breaks it out trying to get there, 637.3 on the 638 dial with a 33 light. Chris Beeler, 651 in the Camaro, taking on the Camaro here tower side of Pete Bushnell, 597. Winley give it here, tower side to Bushnell, dead on with a 9 for the win. Another driver impressive up front. Beeler goes dead on with a 5 to be 89 total in the loss. Bob DeYoung here, tower side, 586 for the Camaro, taking on the Dodge over in the Lucas Oil lane, 692 the dial for Dennis Core. Winley, give it to Bob. 588.8 on the 586 dial with a 43 light. Core, 52 at the hit, goes 697.0 on the 692 at 99 miles an hour for the loss. Ray Barlow, 605 here in the Mustang, taking on John Alcott in the Monte Carlo, 776. Winley Barlow, dead on with a 0 to be 43 total. Alcott turns it 005 red, then can't run the number, goes 780 with a 7 on 776 in the loss. Will Marshall in the dart, 593, taking on Stan Pfeiffer, 676 here tower side in the Mustang. Red light start for Marshall, give the win to Stan Pfeiffer. Trip zip up front, then goes 675-1 on the 676 dial at 105. Marshall dead on with a 5, but 15 red, no good for the loss. Ernie Zagers in the Corvette, 626, taking on Nicholas Beeler here tower side in the Pro Torque lane, 736 for the El Camino. Give the win here in the far lane to Ernie Zagers. 12 up front, goes 1 above 1 on the 626 dial for the win at 107. Nicholas Beeler, 738.3 on the 736 dial for the loss. Kevin Render, 803 the dial in the Malibu, taking on Kyle Core in the dart, 778. Double breakout, give the win here, tower side to the Malibu, 8027 on the 803 dial at 84 mile an hour. The dart, 776.7 on the 778 dial at 87 miles an hour for the loss. Mike Greiner here, tower side in the Chevelle, 580 the dial. Far lane. Definitely not Shane Anderson. 702 the dial. Winley, give it to Mike Greiner, 12, 1 above 0 to be 22 total. Far lane, 29 to hit, goes 703.8 at 92 mile an hour on the 702 dial for the loss. 690 the dial for the Camaro of Bill Wackerman, taking on Alan Yunt here tower side in the Roadster, 598. .001 red start. Oh, what a lap by Alan Yunt. He's going to kick himself right to the buyback window on that one. 597.9 on the 598 dial and .001 red. Just a tick off. Bill will get the win, 689.7 on the 690 dial, and we'll be moving on. Matt Wilson, the third here, tower side, 638 in the Camaro, taking on Marty Flagel. Marty, 572 for the Nova. Win late, give it to Marty. 570 with a 9 on 572 for the win as Wilson turns it red, goes 640 with a 2 on a 638 for the loss. Nick Beeman, 599 here tower side, taking on Todd Thoman, 637 over in the Nova. Red light start here, tower side for Beeman. Give the win to Thoman. He goes 641.0 on the 637 dial with a 39 late. Nick 605.9 on the 599 for the loss. Joanna Crouch here, tower side the Camaro, 590, taking on Matthew Witkowski, 632 for the Pontiac Astra. Joanna turns a 004 red, give the win to Matthew. He goes 633.1 on the 632 with a 008 light. Joanna 004 red goes 587.1 on the 590 for the loss. Kurt Holland 614 in the Camaro, taking on Paul Cap, 684 here tower side in the Cutlass. Red light start for Holland, give the win to Cap, and Holland is going to kick himself. Please hide all sharp objects from Kurt Holland. Kurt 615 with a 4 on a 614 with a 001 red reaction time. Paul Cap goes 2 above 4 on the 684 dial to be 204 total. Joe Dedrick over in the far lane, 560 the dial. Austin Yunt here, tower side, 620. Dedrick laying down, trip zip, breaks it out, 9 thou, 559.1 on the 560 dial. Yunt turns it red, goes 619.2 on the 620 dial at 106. Russ Archer and everybody's favorite Aspen wagon, 688. Dialed heads up with Kevin Lacey, 688 here tower side in the pickup. Give the win to Archer, 007 goes 691.9 on the 688 dial. Lacey Big Red goes 686.0 on the 688 for the loss. Nelson Belot here, tower side in the Malibu, taking on Jimmy Stack, 628 in the Vega. Win late, give it to Belot. Dead on with a 9 to be 15 total stack. Turns it red, goes 629.8 on the 628 dial at 106. Belot will move on. Jesse Marshall here, tower side in the Barracuda, 682, taking on Dan Casey, 584 in the Mercury Capri. Win leg good to Marshall. Casey's going to kick himself there, 006 red. 579.0 on the 584. Marshall, 685.9 on the 682, and late at the hit. Chad Birch, 668 in the Mustang, taking on Ronald Myers here, tower side, 614 for the Camaro. Birch will move on. 13 in the hit, goes 668.7 on the 668. Myers, 003 up front, but breaks it out. 6th thou, had the room at the big end. Couldn't get it done. Stacy Schutte Orth here, tower side, 594, taking on Harley Parson in the Malibu, 676. .005 margin of victory, give it to Parson in the Malibu, 678.2 on the 676 dial with a 32 late. Stacy, 595.4 on the 594 with a 45 late in the losing effort. Dennis Gerhardt, 596 in the beautiful Chevy wagon, taking on Macy Stewart, 624 in the Cutlass. Winley, give it to Gerhardt. 6 flat with a 7 on a 596 with a 007 late. Stewart, 10 on the red side. Goes dead on with a 3, but the 10 red, no good. Rob Reiner Jr., 627, taking on Gary Sempers, 577 in the Mustang. Winley, give it here, tower side to Reiner. 009 up front, dead 0 to be 9 total. Gary Sempers, thanks for playing. 22 at the hit, wasting gas. 574.1 with 577. He'll hit the buyback window. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 691 in the pickup, taking on Soggy Dunn. Soggy in the Camaro, 637 the dial. Winley, Kleinfelter, 009, dead on 5 to be 14 total. Soggy, 27 to hit, dead 1, 28 total. Will win you a lot of races, but not this one. Layla Gockley up now, 738 in the S10, taking on Steve Dickey here, tower side, 636 in the Camaro. Give the win to Layla. 738.5 on the 738 dial. As Steve turns a 001 red and throws away dead on 0. 1 thou from a perfect run. No good. Layla will move on. Terry Sachs, 645 here, tower side. No information on the driver in the far lane just yet. 696 for the Mustang. 008 margin of victory, give it here, tower side. Dead on with a 9 goes Terry Sachs to be 71 total. Far lane had the better light, but could not get it done on the big end. 699.1 on the 696 dial at 96 mile an hour. Sachs will move on. Stevie Dustin up now in the Mustang, 711 the dial. Taking on Kyle Robb in the Chevy 2, 605. Winlight, give it to Kyle Robb. 608 with a 1 on a 605 for the 43 light. Dustin had the better reaction time, but issues. Goes 725.8 at 68 miles an hour for the loss. Sam Koonsman Jr. on the bike, 558 the dial, taking on Dice Girl Shannon Fordyce, 636 in the Mustang. True Star win, give it to Shannon. 635.2 on the 636 dial. The bike, 555.8 on the 558 dial for the loss. Scott Embley over in the far lane in the S10, 657, taking on Kevin Mendenhall, Mr. B&M Performance and Machining himself, 620. And Mr. Mendenhall will be moving on courtesy of True Start. Embley goes 656.8 on the 657 dial. Mendenhall 620 with a 2 on the 620 with a 006 red light, but we'll be moving on. Bobby Pipp, 739 in the Mustang. Jeff Stewart, 637 here, tower side in the Chevelle. Winlight there, give it to Bobby Pipp. 5 total. 1 dead 4 for the win. Jeff Stewart dead on with a 2, but the 27 red light up front, no good. Caleb Klein, 653 here, tower side in the pickup. Travis Hill over in the far lane in the Falcon, 598. Triple 04 margin of victory. Give it to Caleb Klein. As Travis Hill gave that one back, I'm pretty sure. Klein, 79 total, as goes dead on with a 0. Hill, 51 up front, goes 6 flat with an 8 on a $598 at 110 in the losing effort. Dennis Core, 659 in the Dodge Super B. Taking on Ray Fordyce here, Tower Side, 665 for the S10. Give the win light there to Ray Fordyce. Dead on with a 3 to be 53 total. Core had the better reaction time, could not get the job done on the big end. 665, 6 on the 659 dial at 93 mile an hour for the loss. Denny Renninger, 750 in the Cutlass, taking on Marquise McClure. 684, or Marcus McClure. I messed this up the whole race last year, so I'm sure I'll do it again. Give the win to McClure, 686 with a 2 on a 684. Has Renninger 23 at the hit, but breaks it out. 749 with a 5 on a 750 dial for the loss. Jeannie Northrup, 591 for the Camaro. Taking on Mikey Ulrich here, Tower Side in the Malibu, 735. Win light, give it to Jeannie. She took a couple bus links. 20 at the hit goes 598.9 on the 591. Mikey Ulrich breaks it out 733.9 on the 735 and was considerably late at the light. CJ Faraka here, Tower Side 739. Taking on Travis Hill in the Mustang 627. Once again, we've called all cars in no box. If you're a double, you should be coming back. 003 margin victory, give it to CJ. Devon with a 7 to be 49 total. Travis Hill, 629.8 on the 627 with a 24 light at 102 for the loss. Jana Embley, 757. The dial here, Tower Side for the Blazer. Taking on Robert Dames, 860 for the Chrysler. Give the win to Jana. $763.3 at 90 mile an hour on the 757 dial. Robert, 868.0 on the 860 for the loss. Nathan Mendenhall here now in the pickup, 630, taking on Bill Carroll, 615 in the Monza. Mendenhall with the starting line advantage and the finish line advantage. 635.0 on the 630 dial, have 100 mile an hour. Carroll, 613 with a 7 on 615, but late at the hit. $5.79 here, Tower Side for Mike LaRoche Jr. in the Vega Wagon. Taking on Rob Hockmiller in the Chevy Nova. $5.77 in the almost heads-up dial. Win late here, Tower Side, 007 up front, goes 581.8 on the $579, 109. Rob, 48 to hit, goes 579.4, 117 on the 577 dial. Ray Barlow here now in the Mustang, taking on Roy Hall, 662 in the Firebird. Don't forget, down at the concession stand, we've got dollar hot dogs here today, dollar hot dogs, as well as today's special is chicken wings. So head on down to the concession stand. Also, be sure to stop into the bottom of the timing tower, grab your event t-shirt for $25. We have previous event t-shirts on sale, 15 for 1 or 20 for 2. Win late here, Tower Side, 2 Barlow, 20 total. Goes 13 up front, dead on with a 7 and 110. Roy Hall turns it red, goes 663.7 on the 662 dial for the loss. One of my favorite groups out of New Hampshire over there, 631 the dial for the Duster. Kevin Render here at Tower Side, 802 for the Malibu. Duster is in trouble, big time. Win late, Tower Side, Malibu, 8037 on the 802 dial with a 006 late. The Duster, 630 with a 0 and a 631 for the loss. Winley, give it to Robert Smith. Throwing out on a 12-pack there. 003, dead 9 for the win. Bushnell, 004 red, goes 599.4 on the 595 dial for the loss. Theodore Myers here, Tower Side in the Camaro, taking on Andrew Bercudo, 634 in the Firebird. Winley, give it to Myers. 12 up front, goes 2 above 0 on the 596 dial. Bercudo 008 up front, but breaks it out. 633.8 on the 634 dial. Had plenty of room at the big end. Couldn't get it done. Took 26, needed to take 24 or less. Bob DeYoung, 587 here at Tower Side. Terry Benton in the Camaro, 631. Winley, give it to DeYoung. Dead on with a 9 to be 15 total. Benton, 35 to hit, respectable, but breaks it out. 628 with a 5 on 631 for the loss. 588 for Tina Orth Lacey in the Nova. Nicholas Beeler here, Tower Side in the El Camino, 737. Windlight, give it to Tina. 590 with a 9 on 588 with a 59 light. Nicholas, 739.7 on 737, but late at the hit. Steve Dustin back up again. 732 for the Mustang, taking on Evan Poust in the wheel standing machine. 665. Windlight, give it to Evan. 11 up front, 666.8 on the 665. Dustin goes 730 with an 8 on the 732 for the loss. Danny McCloskey, 663 in the Firebird, taking on Mike Greiner here in the Chevelle, 580 the dial. .007 margin of victory. Give it to Mike Greiner. Goes 581.6 on the 580 dial with 21 light. McCloskey breaks it out. 662.9 on the 663 for the loss. Todd Thoman, 639 for the driver out of York, PA here, Tower Side, taking on Jake Narr. The battery charger killer himself, 552. Give the win to Todd Thoman, 004 margin of victory. He goes 640 with a 2 on a 639 with a 25 light. Narr dead on with a 5 to be 41 total in the losing effort. Tension the pits, tension the pits. C2 competition converter and machining top bulb. Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 1. I need double inner door cars to 1 and 2, please. Double door cars to 1 and 2, please. Top bulb, door cars, double entries to 1 and 2, please. Get the win there to Ed Racis, 622.1 on the 622 to be 66 total. Parker, 003 on the red side, goes 638.5 on the 634 dial. Jason Parker will head to the buyback. Matt Consiglio in the Nova out of Rome, New York, 670 the dial. Taking on Kurt Holland back up again, 616 for the Camaro. And Kurt gets the win this time, 622.6 on the 616 with a 27 light. Matt, 675.3 on the 670 dial with a 73 light, no good. Chris Beeler in the Camaro, 651, taking on Stanley Pfeiffer, 676 for the Mustang out of Atco, New Jersey. Win light, Stanley, 680 with a 4 and a 676 with a 27 light. Beeler, way late at the hit. Goes 652.6 on the 651 to be 148 total. Once again, double entered door cars to 1 and 2 for Top Bulb. Top Bulb, double entered door cars to 1 and 2. Need you there now. We don't have anybody, so I need double door cars for Top Bulb to 1 and 2, please. Final call. Final call for double door cars to 1 and 2. Jeannie Northrup, 593 for the Camaro out of Pipersville, PA. Here, Tower Side, taking on Chris Culp in the Arrow, 603. Missed that last finish there. Apologize. Tower Side Dan Casey, 582 for the Mercury Capri. John Hindenburg in the Mustang, 657. Winley, give it to John. Dead on with a 5 to be 27 total. Dan, 2 above 6 on the 582 dial at 114 with a 21 light. Good lap, but not good enough. Kyle Core up now in the Dodge Demon, 702, taking on, well, this is interesting. Kyle Core in the Dodge Dart, 770. My money is on Kyle Core here. Win late, Kyle Core. Kyle Core, 773 with an 8 on a 776 over in the Lucas Oil Lane with a 003 reaction time. Kyle Core here, Tower Side, 699 with a 2 on a 702 dial with a 35 late for the loss. Kyle Core, both moving on and to the buyback window. Dennis Core, 696 here, Tower Side. John Alcott out of Lumberton, New Jersey, 781 for the Monte Carlo. And that doesn't look good for John Alcott, so we'll be down here for just a few minutes. Dennis Core will move on, though. So we'll be down here for just a few minutes as track crews tend to Alcott's machine. And while it's quiet, it's good as time as any to do another FRBR trivia question. First person to the bottom of the timing tower that can let us know who the first person was to run themselves in the final at an FRBR race will win a prize from the prize vault. First person to run themselves in the finals at an FRBR race, you'll win something from the prize vault. And also, while it's quiet, as we start getting the car loaded up down there at the 8th mile, we'll go ahead and put a call out for all door cars to 1 and 2 for top bulb door cars, all run stickers to 1 and 2. I want to thank our class sponsor, C2 Competition Converters and Machining. Using state-of-the-art equipment and the latest in 3D modeling, design, and analysis software, we are producing the finest racing converters on the market with countless hours of testing in foot brake, .90 classes, stock, super stock, top dragster, top sportsman, and hardcore bracket racers. We are here to help. Whether it's a Sprag or Spragless converter per your application, if you have the desire for consistency, we have what you need. Call C2 Competition Converters and Machining today. And we've got another trivia winner, so congrats to the trivia winner so far. Also, while it's quiet, we are starting to run short on small shirt sizes of the event t-shirt. So if you're looking for those sizes, I would hurry to the bottom of the timing tower, get them before they're gone. Also, don't forget we got past event shirts, $15 for one or $20 for two while supplies last. We also have the Junior Dragster raffle, your chance to win one of four $250 gift cards courtesy of J Bros Promotions, the Jim Harrington Bracket Nationals, Maple Grove Raceway, and FRBR Promotions. So help send and support the Maple Grove Junior team that's headed to Bristol for the Eastern Conference Finals. Track crews are working hard to get the surface back up into tip-top shape. They ran the scrubber down through there, got all the oil off. Now I think they're working on more of the prep side of things, make sure everything stays consistent for the racers.
All right, we have another trivia question. What's the question, Silas? first top winner at an FRBR race. You'll get your prize at the bottom of the tower.
Yes, sir.
Once again, who was the first top ET winner at an FRBR race? Head to the bottom of the timing tower, collect your prize. I want to thank Competitive Suspension. As Competitive Suspension helping with round prizes here this weekend. They are your source for custom-built drag race shocks, specializing in AFCO and JRI, utilizing a Roig shock dyno along with an intercomp spring grater. We are able to work with customers from bracket racing to pro stock and everything in between. We now have Longacre computer scales to better service our customers. Competitive Suspension has remained successful by offering our customers support before and after the sale. Visit www.competitivesuspension.com and up your game today. A big thanks to our title sponsor here this weekend, Daryl Tillman Realty Group. Honesty, integrity, and trust are the cornerstones of Daryl Tillman Realty Group. This group of 10 industry leaders brings over 90 years of combined experience to help you find your new home 7 days a week on your schedule. Owners Daryl and Lisa formed their group to get away from the large company mentality and make sure their team focused on a family-oriented customer service approach, focusing on the golden rule. That personal touch has led to unmatched success in Berks County. If you need general information about today's real estate market, have general real estate questions, or are ready to buy or sell a home, reach out to Daryl Tillman Realty Group and find out why they set the bar in real estate. Visit DarylTillman.com today. Mars Racer Meal provided by Access Insurance Agency. Don't get bogged down by figuring out which insurance company to choose and which coverage is best. Access Insurance Agency is here to help make your life easier by figuring all that out for you. They offer auto, home, small business, contractor, renter, and RV policies through our network of companies. Give them a call at 717-671-5856 or visit accessinsuranceagencypa.com. And congrats to Mike Barber, who correctly named Scotty Bodmer as the first FRBR top winner. Also, when you buy back, you can get into the Step Up Your Game promotion by Porter Tree Timing Systems. Founded in 1988, Porter Tree Timing Systems has been and always will be family-owned. Everything in their catalog is designed and built just up the road in Massachusetts. Constantly innovating, they give the racer no room to complain about poor reaction times. With handheld devices all the way to national event trees, they offer plenty of opportunity to stay sharp. You can even connect some devices in your car and get a real-world simulation. For track owners, they offer test track and complete track timing systems. Maximize your practice tree routine and increase your trips to the dance floor. Visit portertree.com and take your starting line to the next level today. Also, while you're hitting that buyback window, got to thank ISC Salesmaster. For over 50 years, ISC Salesmaster has been the Northeast leader in distribution of packaging, shipping, safety, and janitorial supplies. The Northrop family and their team has you covered, whether you are working with small, lightweight items or bulky, heavy packages, everything you need with top-notch customer service at a fraction of the cost of competitors. You already love the ISC Racers tape. Now fall in love for their sister company, Service Supplies Salesmaster. And also, folks, don't forget, it is hot out there this weekend. I want to thank Nitro Graphics for providing the water. Established in 2015, Nitro Graphics has strived to be a one-stop shop for small businesses. Located in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, Nitro has become a go-to source for all things business graphics. Specializing in vehicle lettering and custom apparel, Nitro Graphics has the keys to bring your project goals to a reality. In June of 2022, Nitro Graphics took over the manufacturing and installation of all print materials, large format signage, and souvenir shop items for Maple Grove Raceway, located in Mohnton, Pennsylvania. Call 1-844-MY-NITRO and get them started on your next project. A lot of different prizes here today and this weekend that'll be given away, and one of those great supporters is Summit Racing. Summit Racing has provided the best parts at competitive prices to drag racers in the greater motorsports world for over 50 years. What began as one hot rodder taking care of his buddies has turned into the world's premier speed shop. With literally millions of parts in stock, you can count on getting what you need in time and are covered by industry-leading customer service if any issues arise. What are you waiting for? Visit summitracing.com today and get your next project into high gear. This morning we had some great coffee and donuts. We got to thank Orth Family Racing for the coffee. Thank you to Rich, Stacy, Tina, Kevin, and Ava for getting everyone going in the morning with a caffeine boost from the concession stand. That'll be available all weekend. The first 30 cups are covered, thanks to Orth Family Racing. And also, the donut train was riding around and also in the bottom floor of the timing tower. And that was thanks to Southampton Long Island Hotel, conveniently located only minutes from the world-famous Cooper's Beach and the charming village of Southampton. Full of restaurants, cafes, and boutiques, Southampton Long Island Hotel will be your favorite lodging choice in the Hamptons. Open year-round, it is the perfect spot for a summer beach getaway with your favorite people to host, or to host your next business retreat, or even a fall wine tour with apple or pumpkin picking. No matter what the occasion, it's a treat that you owe yourself. Call 631-283-2548 and plan your escape today. Again, got to thank all of the sponsors here this weekend. Can't do it without them. Can't do it without the Sport of You racers as well. So thank you for everyone that has been here supporting this event, and we'll continue to support the event through the weekend. If you're unable to make it, we hope you're tuning in at home on Diamond State Digital on YouTube. Right now, it looks like we've got over 230 people watching along at home. So can't wait to get back to the racing action and cover all that for you, everyone watching abroad. All right, drivers, go ahead and load back up. No box drivers, load them back up. Special thanks to the Maple Grove crew for getting the job done out there. We know it's toasty, so they jumped on it quick. All right, back to racing action. Bill Wackerman, 690 here, tower side of the Camaro, taking on the Corvette of Ernie Zagers. Ernie gonna grab the win here as Bill turns it red. Ernie dead on with an 8 for the win. Bill turns it red, goes 695.6 on the 690 for the loss. Matthew Witkowski, 634 here, tower side in the Pontiac Astra, taking on Will Marshall, 595 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. And also, while it was quiet, we had called all door cars to 1 and 2, all top bulb door cars to 1 and 2. And 104Q is your wait and see buy. 104Q is your wait and see buy. Top door cars. All cars have been called. 104Q is your wait and see buy. Win light, give it to Matthew Witkowski. Dead on with a 3 to be 48 total. Marshall had the slate starting line advantage with a 38. Couldn't run the number. 596.9 at 109 on the 595 dial for the loss. Jack Fisk up here in the Camaro. 606 the dial. Taking on Marty Flagel. 572. Winlay, give it to Flagel. 003 up front, goes 570 with a 1 on 572 at 121. Fisk, 17 on the red side, goes 605, 1 at 113 on the 606 dial. Harley Parson here, tower side in the Malibu, 676, taking on Macy Stewart in the Cutlass. 625 the dial for the Cutlass. Winlay, give it to Stewart, 624 with a 1 on a 625 dial with a 39 light. Parson turns it red, then goes 677.9 on the 676 dial, and we'll head to the buyback window. Russ Archer up in the Aspen wagon, 691 the dial, taking on Joe Dedrick, 560. This should be a barn burner of a matchup. Winlight, give it to Dedrick as Archer with issues. Can't run the number. Dedrick's 563.4 on the 560 with a 22 light. Archer coast on through. Chad Birch up here now in the Mustang, 669, taking on Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 629. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Slight change. We apologize. Top buy is 1x2 in. 1x2 in is your wait and see buy. 1x2 in is your wait and see buy for top. Give the win there to Chad Birch. 672.1 on the 669 with a 10 light. Stack late at the hit goes 628.6 on the 629 dial at 106 for the loss. 637 the dial for the Chevelle over in the far lane. Taking on JT Schaefer in the Mercury Capri, 650 here, tower side. And issues for the Capri. Chevelle lets out. And Stewart will take the win. Schaefer with issues will have to go get it figured out and hit the buyback window. And if you're looking to buy back, head to the first floor of the timing tower. Juniors and or the no box first round runners up. Joanna Crouch here, tower side, 587 in the Camaro, taking on Gary Sempers, 573 for the Mustang. Winlay, give it to Sempers. He's 005, puts it 2 above 8 for the win as Joanna, 15 at the hit, goes 3 above 6 on the $587, 115 for the loss. Brock Mosier in the wheel stand in Vega wagon, 546 for the driver out of Reinholds, Pennsylvania, taking on Aaron Tim. Aaron, 589 the dial. So this quick change there. We're into top ET Eliminator. Give the win to Aaron Tim. 7-pack, laying it down. 2 dead 5. Brock Mosier, 19 on the hit. Thanks for playing. Head to the buyback window at the bottom of the timing tower. 545-2 on the 546 dial in the loss for Mosier. Mike Barber up. 621 for the Mustang, taking on Daryl Tillman. 552 for the title sponsors Corvette. Give the win to Mike Barber, 003 on the green side. Tillman 003 on the red side. Barber 619 with a 4 at 110 on the 621 dial. Tillman 553.9 on the 552 for the loss. Cody Mariner 574 for the Malibu out of Salisbury, Maryland, taking on Regan Fox out of Aston, PA. 622 the dial. Win late, give it to Fox. 623-2 on the 622 with a 13 late. Mariner dead on with a 3, but 43 total, no good. Rich Maganelli, 588 here in the Pro Tour Clean Tower side in the Camaro, taking on James Laro in the S10, 667. Win late, give it to James. 4-pack, trip dead 4 for the win. Rich, 17 on the red side, goes 591.1 on the 588 dial at 117 for the loss. Mike Lubanowski out of Holbrook, New York in the Corvette, 589 the dial, taking on Antoine Jett. 606 here tower side for the Monte Carlo. Give the win to Mike. 003, dead 5 to be 8 total. Jet breaks it out. 14 on the hit, no good. 603.7 on the 606. And hit the buyback window. Barry Souter here in the Nova. 683, taking on John Reed in the Cornet. 631. Winley, give it to Reed. Dead on with a 0 to be 12 total. Souter laid down a decent lap, 36 total, but no good. Andy Parcell in the Willys here, tower side, 568, taking on Vaughn Dunn in the Camaro. 568, heads up dial. Dunn will move on, 10 on the tree, 006 red for Parcell. Dunn, 565.8 on the 568 dial. At 121, Parcell, 573.8 on the 568 for the loss. Dan Galinas in the Porsche here, tower side, 621, taking on Eric Tenney in the Dart, 657 for Tenney. Winlake, give it to Eric. Dead on with a 3 to be 42 total. Dan, 26 up front and can't get it done on the big end. Breaks it out, 619 with a 4 and a 621 for the loss. John Anderson here, tower side, 638 the dial, taking on Caden Dorsey in the Duster, 644 for the driver out of Dunkirk, Maryland. And we got our best losing package in junior dragsters is Naya Parsons. Naya, you got a free buyback, So congratulations. Winlake is going to go to John Anderson, 665-0 on the 638. Caden, 005 red, going to kick himself there. Peter Moore, 642 in the Chevelle here, tower side, taking on Eric Fulton, 572 over in the far lane out of Maple Shade, New Jersey. Double dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Double dragsters to lanes 5 and 6, please. Winlight, give it to Eric Fulton. 23 at the hit. Goes. John McClure, 571 here, tower side in the S10. Far lane, Antoine Jett, 617. Winlake, give it to John McClure. 569.9 on the 571 with a 12 late. Jett goes 614 with a 5 on a 617 for the loss. Bob McCloskey, 563 for the S10 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Tower side in the Pro Torque lane, 606 the dial for the Chevy sedan of Dale Gearhart. Winlight, give it to Gearhart as McCloskey will kick himself all the way to the buyback window. Gearhart moves on, is all we'll say there. Larry Patton in the S10 here, tower side, 751, taking on James Carty, 566 in the Cavalier. Double breakout, give the win to Larry, 750 with an 8 on 751 with a 31 late. Moving on. Nelson Belot in the Malibu 5 at 95, taking on Fran DeChico, 580 in the Dodge Daytona. Top dragster doubles to 5 and 6. Top dragster doubles to 5 and 6. Green on both sides. Win late. Give it to Belot. 596.1 on the 595. Then 11 late. DeChico breaks it out. 578.7 on the 580 with a 22 late for the loss. Tension to the pits, tension to the pits. Soggy done, soggy done. You lost, but now you won. Best losing package goes to you. Come back to the timing tower and get your money back. You have a free buyback. Soggy done. Best losing package in no box for round 1. You get a free buyback. So come back and grab your money at the bottom of the timing tower. Erica Grader, 590 in the Mustang. Take it on to Michael Zegg, 585 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Give the win late to Erica. Dead on with a 9 with an 18 reaction time. Zeg dead on with a 2 to be 63 total for the loss. Dan Northrup here in the ISC Racers tape. Vega 583 the dial. Taking on Denny McCloskey in the wheel stand and Firebird 662. And Northrup, something going wrong there. Big time red. Give the win to McCloskey. Denny trip zip up front, goes 659.4 on the 662 dial. Northrup, big red and slow for the loss. Mark Manley in the Chevy 2, 610 the dial, taking on Jack Grader in the T-Bird, 533. Get the win to Mandley, 612 with a 6 on a 610 dial. Grader turns it red and throws away dead on with a 3. David Wing up now in the Pro Torque lane here, tower side, 613, taking on Rich Nowitzki in the Roadster, 585. Get the win late on a double breakout run to David Wing. Goes 612 on the 1 on a 613. Nowitzki, 583.2 on the 585 for the loss. Matt Patterson, 670 in the S10, taking on Jacob Wilson, 635 over in the far lane. Get the win to Patterson. Dead on with a 1 to be 6 total. Wilson, 15 red up front. Didn't matter. Dead on with a 7. He'd have been out anyways. Patterson moving on. Laura Truitt in the Chevelle, 610 the dial. taking on Greg Kelly here, tower side 682 in the Monza. Blood 003 red. Give the win to Greg Kelly. Dead on with a 1 to be 18 total. Laura 003 red and out 3,000. 6097 on the 610 for the loss. Jim Fordyce here tower side in the very, very quick Corvette. 481 the dial. Taking on Jeff Fisher. 611 for the S10. Actually, not an S10 over there. It's the most Camaro-esque looking S10 I've ever seen. Fordyce down at MIR about a month ago at King of the Creek had a wheelie bar issue, and boy did he have his hands full. Was able to recover and fix the wheelie bar and keep on going for the rest of the weekend. Eric Fulton, please come to the timing tower, please. Eric Fulton, please come to the third floor of the timing tower, please. And Fisher with issues. And Fordyce is going to make the front page of 00 this evening. 480 with a 7 on a 481 dial with a 36 reaction time as Fisher idly creeps down the racing surface to go a 2472 with a 7 at 28 mile an hour on a 611 dial for the win. Terry Benton here, tower side 628 in the Camaro. Farley in the Trans Am 644. Brent Noridoy turns it red. Give the win to Terry Benton. Dead on with a 6, be 28 total. Brent 005 on the red side for the loss. Skylar Stump here, tower side in the Camaro 562, taking on Jeremy Popple 619 for the Monte Carlo. Give the win to Jeremy Popple. Dead on with a 7 to be 16 total. Skylar Stump 005 on the red side goes 563-0 on the 562 in the loss. Big Bill Groton up here now, 675 for the Pontiac. The GTO out of Seaford, Delaware, taking on the lovely driver in the Duster out of Southampton, New Hampshire. 630 the dial on the Duster. Give the win to the Duster. 27 at the hit, goes 635 of the 2 on a 630 at 108. Groton breaks it out, 7,000, 674.3 on the $675 at 101 for the loss. Austin Yunt, 620 here, tower side, taking on Jeff Martin, 566 in the Monza. Winley give it to Jeff Martin. As Austin turns it red, Martin 18 at the hit goes 565.7 on the 566 at 118. Yutt 621 with a 0 on a 620 for the loss. Travis Hill in the Mustang 627 taking on Jake Morris here tower side 625 for the S10. Winley give it to Jake Morris, dead on with a 4. Be 47 total as Travis Hill throws away dead on 7 with a 001 red light. Can we get all dragsters to 5 and 6, please? All dragsters to 5 and 6, please. All dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Doubles have been called. Now we need all dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Get the win late to Bobby Murphy here, tower side, 643.3 on the 639 with a 16 late. Caleb Klein, 655.1 on the 653 for the loss. Brock Mosier here, tower side, 544 the dial for the Vega Wagon. Farlane, 666 for the Chevy 2. Kyle Koretsky over in the far lane. This will be a good one down at the big end. Here comes Mosier, win light. Mosier, 25 total for the win. Goes 544.4 on the 544 at 126. Koretsky, 668.1 on the 666 dial at 102 with identical 21 reaction times. Shane Jett here, tower side in the Monte Carlo, 603. Taking on Mark Cathell out of Laurel, Delaware, 631. See if he remembers how to stage this time. And he does, and he'll move on. Jett turns it 003 red. And Cathell goes 629 with a 0 on a 631 at 110. Jett goes 6046 on the 603 dial at 115. Jett to the buyback window. John Scott here. No, that's Mike Barber, I'm pretty sure. Mike Barber here, tower side, 621. Far lane, Evan Powell in the Vega Wagon, 663. And Barber will move on. 007 up front, then clicks it off on the big end. Paust, 664.8 on the 663 with a 12 red reaction time. Will hit the buyback window. Camaro here, tower side 591 the dial. Far lane, the one, the only, the Delaware Destroyer, Danny Bastinelli out of Georgetown, Delaware, in the Camaro. 548 for the Destroyer. He'll put his best eye on the tree and see what he can do as the Geezer Tour moves through Maple Grove Raceway. True start win here, Tower Side 589.4 on the 591 with a 005 red reaction time. Bastinelli 006 red goes 551.2 on the 548 dial for the loss. Cody Mariner here, Tower Side 574 for the Malibu, taking on John Reed 629 over in the far lane. Give the win there to Cody Mariner. Dead on with a 6. To be 24 total. Reed 23 at the hit. Had a chance, but couldn't run the number. 630 with a 3 on a 629 for the loss. Reagan Fox out of Aston, PA, 623. Taking on Vaughn Dunn here, Tower Side, 5 for the driver out of Jackson, New Jersey. Hit the win late here, Tower Side to Dunn, 565.7 on the 568 dial. With a 12 late, Fox 10 on the red side goes dead 5 on the 623 dial in the losing effort. Aaron Tim here, Tower Side 589, taking on Jim LaRoe over in the S10, 667. Double 004 margin of victory. Give it to Tim here, Tower Side. 11 at the hit goes 591 with the 7 on a 589 at 115. Jim 669.7 on the 667 with a 15 late for the loss. Eric Tenney 658 in the dart out of Forest Hill, Maryland, taking on Daryl Tillman in the Corvette 553 back up here again. And Tillman with big issues there. Clicks it on off. Tenney gets the true start win there. 657 with a 2 on 658 with the 009 red reaction time. Tillman big time red and coasted on through. Gerard Hamlick 489 here Tower Side as we've crossed over into the dragsters. He'll be taking on Greg Hicks over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 481 the dial. Again, want to thank B&M Performance and Machining for their sponsoring of the live feed here today. If you want to watch along at home or your friends or family want to watch along at home, go to YouTube and look up Diamond State Digital to catch all the racing action for the Independent Showdown all weekend long. win to Greg Hicks. Trip zip up front. Puts it 485.5 on the 481 dial. Take 009 margin of victory is Hamlick. 40 up front, then goes 490 with a 4 on a 489. No good. Dale Crouch with his traditional 330-foot burnout. 459 the dial for the Race Tech out of Northeast Maryland. Be taking on Jake Narr. 508 for the Race Tech out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania. .001 red for Crouch and breaking it out 1 thou. He was one on each side of the track from a perfect lap. Give the win to Jake Narr, who is 40 total, throwing it down dead one for the win. Crouch will hit the buyback window, which is downstairs at FRBR Central. Randy Krause up now, 492 for the S&W driver. Taking on Jeff Taylor, 472 over in the far lane. One foul margin of victory. Give it here, tower side to Randy Krause. 19 dead, 4 to be 23 total. Jeff Taylor, 11 up front. Goes 1 above 3 on the $472, 147 for the loss. Taylor giving that one back. Connor Hebig, 479 over in the far lane. Tower side, Frank Zegg, dialed in at a 471. Win light, give it to Zeg. 005 up front, puts it 1 above 1 to be 16 total. Hebig, 10 at the hit, breaks it out 4 thou, gets there first. Had the room, needed to take 6 or less for the win. Rigel Galinas, tower side, 495 for the driver out of New Hampshire, taking on John Taylor Jr. 465 for the Miller Racing chassis out of Olney, Pennsylvania. .007 margin of victory. Give it to Galinas here, tower side, 20, 1 above 8 on the 495 dial. Taylor, 24 at the hit, goes 467, 1 on the 465 for the loss. Dana Beauchamp here, tower side, 478 the dial. Taking on Joe Martin, 466 for the Diamond Dragster out of Leonardtown, Maryland. At the stripe, Winley, give it to Dana. 13, dead 6 to be 19 total on the lap. Martin, 003 red, no good, goes 464.2 on the 466, and we'll hit the buyback window. Becky Mendenhall, 482 in the dragster out of Reading, Pennsylvania, taking on Mike Hoff, 470 here Tower Side. .005 margin of victory. Give it here, Tower Side to Mike Hoff. Hoff 2, then puts it above 477.1 on the $470 at 134. Becky missed it at the hit, goes 485.1 on the 482, and she'll head to the buyback window. Steve Trukowski, 484 for the former Pro Stock motorcycle rider out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. Taking on Brian Crump here at Tower Side, 497. Good lap here by both drivers. Winley, give it to Crump. Crump, 10 total. Turkowski, 10 at the hit. Thanks for playing. Dead on with a 7. No good. Please head to the buyback window courteously. Tom Husigan here at Tower Side, 501 the dial. Taking on Rick Turkowski, Steve's father, 477 for the driver out of Gilbertsville, PA. Triple 08 margin of victory. Give it to Rick Turkowski. 17 goes 478.2 on the 477. Husigan, 13 at the hit, goes 502.6 on the 501 for the loss. Caitlin Krause up now, 492 for the dragster. Taking on Mark Kelly, 456 for the driver out of Southampton, New Jersey in the Lucas Oil Lane. Caitlin Krause with the win, 494 with a 5 on a 492 with a 10 late. Mark Kelly breaks it out, 455.4 on the 456 dial for the loss. Doc Daughtery, 509 here at Tower Side in the Pro Torque lane, taking on the Lucas Oil lane of James Laro, 452. Winlight, give it to James. 6 total, 4 dead, 2. For James Barrow. Daughtery here, Tower Side. 003 red, then goes 510 with a 3 on the 509 for the loss. Tim Heaps, 475 here, Tower Side for the driver out of Northeast Maryland, taking on Don Matson Jr., 493 for the race tech over in the Lucas Oil lane. Actually, I think both of these drivers had issues in their time run, so this should be interesting. Winley, give it to Matson. 28 the hit, goes 492.1 on the $493, 141. Heaps dead on with a 3, but 008 red up front is no good. He'll head to the buyback window. Mike Morris in the race tech here, tower side, 448. Taking on the $470 Avena Martin out of Leonardtown, Maryland in the Lucas Oil lane. Win late, Morris 004 goes 449.1 on the 448. As Martin 35 of the hit, then can't run the number 474.5 on the 470 for the loss. Jason Hoff here, tower side 443. Taking on Jason Amy 524 over in the Lucas Oil lane. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We want to wish John and Maureen McClure a happy 44th wedding anniversary. So congratulations, 44 years. Happy anniversary to you two. Winley, give it to Jason. 009, dead 1 to be 10 total. Hoff, trip, zip up front. Can't get there. 446.9 on a $443, 159 in the losing effort. Brent Martin, 469 in the race tech here. Tower side in the Pro Torque lane. In the Lucas Oil lane, it's Zach Rothenberger, 498 for the driver out of Morgantown, Pennsylvania. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We have our Dash for Cash winners. In no box, Bob DeYoung, Kevin Render, and Joe Diedrich. You are our top 3. Bob DeYoung, Kevin Render, and Joe Diedrich. If you want to head to the bottom of the timing tower to claim your winnings. And in top bulb, it's Brent Nordetdoy, Brian Bensinger, and Greg Parsons. Give the win late there to Zach Rothenberger. 17 goes dead on with a 2 to be 19 total. Martin was 19 at the hit and no good. 470 with a 9 on a 469 for the loss. So once again, top bulb, Dash for Cash winners, Brent Nordetdoy, Brian Bensinger, and Greg Parsons. If you head to the bottom of the timing tower, all of you can collect your winnings. Haley Bowles over in the far lane, 546, taking on Bob Murphy, 461 here, tower side. Murph was good, but he's got his hands full. Winley, give it to Bowles. 4 total, laying down. 546.4 on the $546 with a 000 reaction time. Murphy 008 up front and cuts it loose. 462.2 on the $461, 144 for the loss. Tower side, 468 the dial for the driver known on the live stream as Frank Lakatos. He'll be taking on Bob Hickey. Hickey with the starting line advantage and the finish line advantage. 17 total for the win. 14 dead 3 at 146. Frankie, no good there. 36 total, drops it dead 6 for the loss. Hi, cheating Dave Keaton. Yes, that would be me announcing. Why aren't you here? Joe Baruch here, Tower side, 490 the dial. Taking on Mark Biederman, 499 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Mark, 13, one above, 0 to be 23 total. Baruch, 28 the hit, no good. 489.3 on the $490 at 138 for the loss. Butch Booker here, Tower side, 481 the dial for the driver out of Howell, New Jersey. Taking on William Carroll, 498 the dial for the driver out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. And issues for Carroll. Butch is going to get the free pass here. And Butch, 479.8 on the 481 dial. We'll move on. Dalton rolls here, Tower side, 441, taking on Brian Bensinger, 474 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Brian. Dead on with a 1, 17 total. Rolls, turns at 12 red, and then goes 442.0 on the 441 for the loss. Peter Morris up here now, 642. for the Chevelle out of Wilmington, Delaware, taking on Eric Fulton, 572 for the driver out of Maple Shade, New Jersey. And Fulton is in big trouble here. Win late, Peter Morris definitely took enough stripe there. 641.1 on the 642 with the 008 late. And thankfully, Fulton broke out more. 569.1 on the 572 for the loss. Jimmy DeChacco here, tower side, 440 the dial for the driver out of Hopewell, Connecticut, taking on Mike Lernuski out of Holbrook, New York. 589 the dial for the vet. Mr. Hoff, we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow, and everyone that's going to be joining us for the second day of the Independent Showdown here at Maple Grove. I'm trying to stay active with the chat bleachers, so if you're in the chat bleachers on Diamond State Digital, keep the chatter going. We'll keep talking back with you, keep everybody entertained. And DeChacco 001 red give the win to Mike. 590 with a 2 on a 589 with a 22 late. DeChacco 442.0 on the 440 for the loss. Shane Beck here, tower side, 522, taking on Ray Fordyce Jr., 458. Winlay, give it to Fordyce. 12 at the hit, goes 461.1 on a 458. Beck, 523.4 on the 522, but 49 at the hit, no good. John Dustin up now in the dragster with the distributor in the wrong location, otherwise known as a Ford. 523 the dial. Taking on Brian Blittersdorf. 612 the dial for the driver out of West Grove, Pennsylvania. Winlay, give it to John Dustin. Double red light there. Blittersdorf way red. Dustin goes 521.3 on the 523. Dial in. Blittersdorf 615.6 on the 612. David Hebig, winner here last year. 470 the dial. Taking on David George here, tower side, 467. And the red light's coming on as top end has reported some precipitation. And I see it here on the windows on the starting line. So we'll be in a holding pattern here for just a minute. It's not too big of a cell. I think it's going to move by pretty quick.
Trip.
All right. Trivia. First person to walk into the first floor of the timing tower wearing flip-flops will win a FRBR prize vault prize. So, first person wearing flip-flops.
All right, we are ready to take dragsters back. If you were one of the 6 pairs of dragsters, Trish would have talked to you. We want you in 4 and 5. Everyone that was unpaired in lanes 7 and 8. If you stayed in the lanes, just roll forward. But everyone else, make your way back to lane 7 and 8, unless you are 1X83 127D are a pair. Y167 looks like 4170 or some version of that. We have V100 and A176. All right, I'm sorry. Now I'm figuring this out. It's 1X83 127D, V100, A176, and 108T and 1104. We need those 6 cars to lanes 5 and 6. The rest of the dragsters that had left the lanes, please come to 7 and 8. Junior dragster buybacks are on standby. Junior dragster buybacks on standby.
The junior dragsters who name 2 junior dragsters that won twice in a week. 2 weekend. Name 2 junior dragsters that won twice in a weekend. Okay. You wanna do it first? No, you do. Me by myself. First to name the 2 junior dragster drivers that won twice in a weekend at FRBR wins a gift card at the bottom of the stands. Tower.
All right, next trivia question. First person that can say who the 2 junior dragster drivers that were able to win twice in a weekend at an FRBR event, come to the bottom of the timing tower and collect your prize. So Mother Nature has moved on out and track crew's got the surface ready to go so drivers in the lanes can load back up. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior buybacks. Junior buybacks. We need 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 4, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 5, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 6. Junior buybacks. Junior buybacks. We need 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 4, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 5, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 6. Noah James, you are the wait and see by. Noah James, you are the wait and see by. Junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes for buybacks, please. Back to racing action now. David George, 467. David Hebig. Drivers were on the starting line when it started to rain. 470 the dial. Hebig picked up the event win here last year at the Independent Showdown. And he turns it 005 red. He's out first round. Give the win to George. He goes dead on with a 7 to be 11 total. Hebig, one above with a 7 on the 470 dial for the loss. He'll head to the buyback window. Bob Kalibski, 446 here at Tower Side. Taking on Tom Spangler, 483 for the Race Tech over in the Lucas Oil Lane. And Keaton, the answer to that is absolutely not. Number one, it's not a dragster, as you already previously stated. And I would do that car a very, very large disservice for how it should perform. Once again, thanks to all the ones on the chat bleachers and those watching at home on Diamond State Digital. And Kalipski with a major issue here on the starting line. Give the win to Spangler. Spangler 004 and gets the win. Dan Northrup over in the far lane, 476 for the Race Tech Dragster, taking on Greg Parsons, 482 here Tower Side. And Danny Boy is in deep trouble. Deep trouble. Win light Parsons. 483.3 on the 482 dial with a 19 late. Dan, he just missed that one. 474.6 on the 476 dial. He'll head back to the trailer. Jeannie will let him know how bad he did, and then he'll come by back at the bottom of the timing tower. Severn Johnson, the man, the myth, the legend, 469 here Tower Side, taking on Paul Kelly, 460 for the driver out of Chemung, New Jersey. And Keaton, the answer is still no. Severn in control here. Win late. Severn Johnson breaks it out 1 thou on the big end. Gets there first by 0-1. As Paul Kelly 20 at the hit goes 458.8 on the 460 dial. Severn 005, 468.9 on the 469 for the loss. Marty Martin here Tower Side 457 taking on Becky Mendenhall. Becky 483 in the dragster. Once again, we have called for junior dragsters Re-entry round, junior re-entry round, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 4, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 5, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 6. Noah James, you are the wait and see by. Becky will pick up a win here. Martin turns it red. Becky dead on with an 8 for the win. Martin 455.7 on the 457 dial for the loss. Stevie Dustin over in the dragster. The NAR dragster, 508 the dial. Josh Wilson here, tower side, 458 for the driver out of Lincoln University. Winlight, give it to Wilson. 9 total, Dustin. 10 at the hit. Thanks for playing. 20 total is Dustin as he puts it at 1 above 0 on the 508 dial. Wilson, 458.8 on the 458 dial with a 001 reaction time at 149 on the nose for the win. Chris Wilson up now. Spanky dialed in at a 450 for the man that is Wilson Racing Engines. Taking on Joe Martin, driver out of Leonardtown, Maryland, 466. Wilson in control here. Winlight, Wilson, 13 total as he goes 451.1 on the 450 dial with a 002 reaction time at 151. Martin, 466.6 on the 466 dial, 33 total, no good. Dale Crouch, 459 here, tower side, taking on Kyle Koretsky. Koretsky, 468 in the dragster. At the big end, give the win to Dale Crouch as Koretsky turned it red up front. Crouch, 008 up front, breaking it out 1 thou, 458.9 on the 459 dial. Koretsky, 470 with a 6 on a 468 in the red light loss. Ginlow Hicks over there in the dragster. I think it's probably Greg, but 483 the dial nonetheless. Tower side, Carl Stevenson, 435. At the stripe, Winlight, give it to Hicks. Dead on with a 5 to be 11 total. Stevenson way late at the hit. Goes 434.3 on the 435 dial, and we'll head to the buyback window. Mark Kelly, 456 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Tower side in the Pro Torque lane, Gerard Hamlick, 489. at the stripe, give the win to Hamlet. Both drivers down there ripping. Kelly not able to get it back down. Breaks it out 8th dial, 455.2 on the 456 dial with a 000 reaction time. Perfect up front. Hamlet 005 puts it 1 above 0 to be 15 total. Gets behind for the loss. Or gets behind for the win, excuse me. Jason Barrow here, tower side, 452. Taking on Rick Turkowski, 476. Winley give it here tower side, but 003 margin of victory. Jason, 13 up front, goes 453.8 on the 452 dial at 147. Turkowski dead on with a 9 to be 34 total on the lap, but no good. Connor Hebig over in the far lane, 478. John Taylor, 468 here tower side. John Taylor in big trouble. Win late, give it to Hebig. 20, 2 above 0 to be 40 total. Taylor here tower side. Not able to get the job done. Goes 1 above 2 on the 468 dial to be 73 total in the loss. Terrell Sinkler here tower side rail, dialed 526 for the driver out of Baltimore, Maryland. He's going to take his hand at race promoting later this season. Be sure to check out his events. Be taking on Steve Turkowski. Steve, 484 in the dragster. Rell with the starting line advantage and the finish line advantage. 527.3 on the 526 with a 008 light. He will move on. Turkowski, 485.8 on the 484 at 142 for the loss. And final pair. Jeff Taylor in the dragster, 473, tower side, out of Laurel, Delaware. Doug Milner in the Pontiac, 559 for the guy best known as Pretzel Man. Winlight, give it to Taylor. 18 total, 17 up front, dead on with a 1. Milner breaks it out, 557.1 on the 559 for the loss. And that will conclude Morris Performance Transmissions round number 1 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb, and that completes all of round number 1 here at Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive.
All right, we need double bottom bulb buybacks to 1 and 2. Double bottom bulb buybacks to 1 and 2, please.
And Shane Connor turning it red there, gives the win to Noah Dustin. Dustin will move back into the main event. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No box, no box. All buybacks for no box. To 1 and 2, please. No box. We need all buybacks for re-entry round. To 1 and 2, please. Doubles were called. Now we need all cars for no box. Re-entry round to 1 and 2, please. Austin Booker here, tower side, 890 the dial, taking on Sophia Curtis over in the far lane, 9 flat. Sophia turns it red. Give the win to Austin, 895 with a 7 on an 890 dial. Sophia, 904 with a 5 on a 9 flat for the loss. Camden Berry, 892. Here, tower side, taking on Landon Anderson over in the Lucas Oil lane, 892 the dial. Get the win to Camden Berry, 895 the 2 on the 892 dial. Landon 008 red goes 894-3 on the 892 for the loss. Shane Dolly, 802 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Tower side Tyler Lusby, 795. Get the win to Shane, 806.5 on the 802, a 36 late, identical reaction time. Tyler goes 8 flat with an 8 on a 795 for the loss. Logan Anderson up now, 795 the dial in the far lane. Gabriella McCloskey here, tower side, 791. Give the win to Logan Anderson, dead on with a 2 for the win. Gabriella had the starting line advantage but couldn't run the number. 795 with a 4, 791 for the loss. Carly Forrest in the Lucas Oil lane, 797 the dial, taking on Mallory Stewart here, Tower Side in the Pro Torque lane, 801 the dial. Winley give it to Carly, 795 and an 8 on 797. As Mallory turns a 008 red, goes 797.6 on the 801 for the loss. Once again, we need all no box buybacks to 1 and 2. All no box buybacks to 1 and 2, please. And Noah James with the buy. And Noah, 798 with a 9 on 790. We'll move back into the main event.
Trivia question. Name 3 drivers with FRBR wins. And if you already won, you cannot win again.
All right, we'll fix that a little bit. There are 3 drivers who have won 3 FRBR events. Name one of those 3 drivers to win 3 events, and you'll win a prize from the FRBR prize vault. And if you already won, you cannot win again. So new winners only. So waiting to get started here as no box drivers are lining up. Ronald Myers, if you haven't left yet and you want to hop in the buyback right now, you'd be on the wait and see buy. So here we go. No box re-entry. Jason Parker here, tower side in the Mustang, 636, taking on the Vega. Jimmy Stack, 629. Win late, give it to Parker. 641 with a 6 on a 636 with a 25 late. Stack late at the hit, then breaks it out. 628.8 on the 629 for the loss. Far lane 698 in the Mustang. Tower side Pete Bushnell, 599 for the Camaro. Win late, give it to the Mustang. 696.7 on a 698 with a 19 late, taking the 2,000 margin of victory. Pete Bushnell in the Camaro breaks it out as well. 597.5 on the 599 for the loss. Nicholas Beeler in the El Camino here, tower side, taking on Dan Cassie in the Mercury Capri, 584. Dan with the starting line advantage and the win late. 581 with a 5 on that 584 with a 006 late. Beeler here, tower side in El Camino, 733.5 on the 739 for the loss. Steve Dickey here, tower side 636, taking on Dennis Core, 659 in the Dodge Super B. Double 08 margin victory given to Dennis Core, dead on with a 5 to be 44 total. Steve Dickey, 38 at the hit, and runs it over, no good. Joanna Crouch, 589 here, tower side, taking on Bill Wackerman, 690 in the Camaro. At the stripe, Winlake, give it here, tower side to Joanna. 23 up front goes 591.2 on the 589 at 107. Bill goes 691.0 on the 690 with the 55 late for the loss. Scott Embley, 657 in the Blazer. Taking on Denny Renninger, 749 here, tower side in the Cutlass. Winlake, give it to Renninger, 23, then breaks it out, 748.2 on the 749. Embley had plenty of room, 006 up front, goes 655.6 on the 657 at 103 for the loss. Kyle Kors, 775 in the dark, taking on Stacy Shooty Orth. Here, tower side, 595. Kyle 004 on the red side, gives the win to Stacy. Stacy 594 with a 7 on a 595 at 116. Core 779.5 on the 775 for the loss. Jake Nahr, down to 552, taking on Mikey Ulrich here, tower side, 730 for the Malibu. Winlake, give it to Ulrich, 009 margin of victory. He's 005 up front, goes 731.8 on a 730 at 90 mile an hour. Nahr, 553.2 on the 552 dial with a 20 late, but grabs the loss. Nick Beeman, 602 the dial, taking on Soggy Dunn. Soggy, 637 the dial on the Camaro. Winlake, give it to Soggy. 007 goes one above 6 at 100 mile an hour on the 637 dial. Beeman, 6036 on the 602 dial with a 42 late for the loss. Matt Wilson, 640 the dial here, tower sign in the Camaro, taking on Kevin Core, 701 for the Demon. Winlake, give it to Core, dead on with a 6 to be 16 total. Wilson, no good. 36 dead 4. You would win a lot of races, but not this one. Gary Semper's back up in the Mustang, 573 to the dial, taking on Alan Yunt, 597 here, tower side in the Roadster. Semper's in control here. Finish line. Winlake. Semper's 575.3 on the 573 dial. 114. Yunt 598.7 on the 597 at 112 for the loss. Sam Koonsman on the bike, back up 555, taking on Stevie Dustin, 669 here tower side. Win light, give it to the bike, 559, 2 on the 555 dial with a 41 late. Stevie, 23 at the hit, but breaks it out, 668, 7 on the 669 for the loss. Terry Benton now, 631 in the Camaro, taking on Travis Hill in the Falcon, 598. Tension in the pits. I need top bulb, re-entry round, double door cars to 5 and 6. Double door cars to 5 and 6. Double door car re-entry round to 5 and 6, please. 002 margin of victory. Give it to Terry Benton, 631.7 on the 631 dial, be 29 total. Hill goes 16 into hit and then 599.5 on the 598 dial for the loss. Kurt Holland over in the far lane, 616 the dial for the Camaro. Tower side, it's the Swigert Anderson pickup, driven by Nelson Belot. Broke his transmission and found the rent-a-ride of a lifetime. 580 the dial for the former world champion machine. And Nelson hits it red and breaks it out. 574.8 on the 580 dial. Kurt Holland, 615.2 on the 616. We'll move back in. And the Cam Murray machine over in the far lane, 635 for the Duster. Taking on Roy Hall here, tower side, 663 for the Fireburn. Win late, give it to Murray. 627.7 on the 635 dial with a 22 late. Hall turns a 003 red, goes 658.2 on the 663 for the loss. You got Chris Beeler here, tower side, 651, taking on Denny McCloskey, 663. Winlight McCloskey, 662 with a 3 on a 663 dial. Takes the 003 margin of victory. Beeler, 650 with a 0 on a 651 for the loss. Will Marshall here, tower side, in the Dodge Dart. Take on Jeannie Northrop's 593 in the Camaro. All door car buybacks to 5 and 6, please. All door car buybacks to 5 and 6, please. All door car buybacks to 5 and 6, please. .007 margin of victory. Give it over to Jeannie. 594.6 on the 593 with a 12 late. Marshall goes 596.1 on the 594 with a 14 late for the loss. Dennis Core up now, 693, taking on Matt Consiglio, 673 here, tower side. Looks like Matt's got some fans there in the chat bleachers. Winlight, give it to Matt. 49 up front goes 675.5 on the 673. Core 698.4 on the 693 with a 30 late for the loss. Rob Hockmiller 579 over in the far lane. Tower side, Russ Archer in the Aspen wagon 691. Winlight, give it to the wagon. 004 up front. Puts it 5 above for the win. 696.7 on the 691 dial. Hockmiller late and then breaks out. 578.8 on the 579 for the loss. Andrew Bercudo, 634 the dial for the Firebird, taking on Macy Stewart. 625 here, tower side in the Cutlass. Double breakout win, give it to Bercudo, 633.8 on the 634 dial. Stewart goes 623.2 on the 625 at 109 for the loss. Jimmy Stack here, tower side, back up in the Vega, 630 dial, taking on Travis Hill in the Mustang, 628. Winlight, give it to Hill, 629 with a 6 on a 628 with a 34 late. Stack 10 at the hit, but breaks out 629 with a 1 on a 630 for the loss. Jason Parker back up in the Mustang, 630 for the dial. The driver out of Mechanicsburg, Maryland, taking on Jeff Stewart, 637 for the Chevelle out of Fairmont, West Virginia. Winlight, give it to Stewart. 633.2 on the 637 with an 18 late. Parker 004 red up front. Goes 632.6 on the 634 in the losing effort. Dan Casey, 582 in the Mercury Capri. Steve Dustin here, Tower Side, 732. Once again, we've called all top door cars to 5 and 6 for the reentry round. Give the win to Steve Dustin there, 733.2 on the 732 dial with an 11 late. Dan, 585.0 on the 582 with a 27 late for the loss. And give the win to Ronald Myers, 617 with a 2 on a 612. And that will conclude no box round number 1. Re-entry round. And we'll head right into top ET. We need double dragsters. To 7 and 8, please. Double dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Double dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Daryl Tillman in the Corvette, 554 the dial. Taking on Rich Maganelli here at Tower Side, 590 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Tillman, 002 margin of victory. He goes 552.5 on the 554 with a 008 light. Rich goes 588.3 on the 590 with a 23 light for the loss. Caleb Klein, 653 for the pickup, taking on Brock Mosier in the wheel stand and Vega wagon, 544. Mosier sets him down about 150, 200 foot out there and grabs the win. He's 20 up front, goes 555.9 on the 544 dial as Klein turns at 22 red and then goes 652.3 on the 653 for the loss. James Carty in the Cavalier, 561, taking on Jeff Krasinski, 569 here, Tower Side. All right, final call for dragster doubles to 7 and 8. Final call for dragster doubles to 7 and 8. We now need all dragsters for the re-entry round to 7 and 8, please. Dragster re-entry round. All re-entry round dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Give the win there to Jeff Krasinski. 19, then goes 578.9 on the 569 dial. As Carty laid it to hit and couldn't run the number as well. 570 with a 4 and a 561 for the loss. Jack Grader here, tower side in the Thunderbird. 533 taking on Kyle Koretsky. Over in the far lane, 669. Give the wind light here, tower side to the T-Bird. 534.4 on the 533 dial with a 19 light, Koretsky. Late at the hit, then goes 671.1 on the 669 dial for the loss. Barry Souter here, tower side, 684. In the Nova, taking on Fran DeChico, 578 in the Daytona. Give the win to Daytona. Dead on with a 1 to be 20 total. Barry, 30 at the hit, no good. Goes 681.9 on the 684 dial for the loss. Shane Jett up now, 605 in the Monte Carlo. Taking on John Reed, 630 for the driver out of Essex, Maryland. Win light, give it to Reed. 628 with a 4 on a 630 dial with a 37 light. Jet 602.9 at 114 on the 605 dial with a 32 light for the loss. Bill Groden up now. Out of Seaford, Delaware, 673 for the GTO. Taking on Eric Fulton out of Maple Shade, New Jersey. 569 is his dial. Win light, give it to Big Bill. 23 total as he goes dead zero. Fulton, 14 up front, can't run the number. 571.1 on the 569 dial for the loss. Antoine Jett, 615 for the Camaro. Here at tower side, Andy Parcell, 571 for the Willys. Win late, give it to Antoine as Andy turns it 008 red. Jet goes 612 with a 4 on a 615 with a 009 light. Parcell goes dead on with a 9, but 008 red. Jet will move on. Rich Nowitzki in the Roadster, 583. Tower side, Austin Yunt, 619. Give the win to Yunt. 621 with a 0 on a 619 dial with a 15 reaction time. Nowitzki 003, but can't run the number. Breaks it out big time to add plenty of room. Goes 575.7 on the 583 dial for the loss. Dan Galinas, 618 in the convertible Porsche. Taking on Michael Zegg, 585. Dan with a starting line advantage, but Zegg with a better package. 18 total. Goes the Vega. Galinas breaks it out 3 thou. Had plenty of room. Took 17, needed to take 14 or less. Well, these drivers live 15 minutes from each other and drove 3 hours to race each other. Cody Mariner here, Tower Side, 575 in the Malibu out of Salisbury, Maryland. Laura Truitt out of Whaley'sville, Maryland, 610 the dial for the Chevelle. Winley, give it to Laura. She's 18 total. 16 up front, dead on with a 2 on the big end. Cody, dead on with a 0, but 31 at the hit is no good. Skylar Stump out of Mechanicsburg, PA here, Tower Side, 564 for the Camaro. Taking on the Delaware Destroyer, Danny Bastinelli, 550 for the Jerry Figs Camaro. And Bastinelli will have to go head first into the cooler after that one. 12 at the hit, goes 552.4 on the $550 at 124. Skyler, trip zip up front, goes 566.4 on the 564 dial for the win. Jacob Wilson went over in the far lane, 635. Tower Side, Dougie Milner, the pretzel man, 557. Give the True Start win to Wilson. Goes 634.7 on the 635 dial with a 005 red. Milner, 14 on the red side, goes 556.8 on the 557 dial for the loss. Evan Poust in the wagon, 663. Tower Side, Billy Gurton in the Blazer, 688. He's usually wreaking havoc on people with a Pontiac Tempest. And today we're in a Blazer. Give the win to Poust. Dead on with a 3, 22 total. As Groton, 006 up front, but breaks it out on the big end. 684 with the 9 on a 688 for the loss. Shane Jett here, Tower Side, 602, taking on Brett Noritdy. Or Noritdoy. Somebody will hopefully correct me on his name. 648. Shane Jett, 602 here, Tower Side. Winlake, Shane Jett, as Brent turns it 14 red, then goes 646.7 on the 648. Jett, 601.8 on the 602. We'll move on. Give the win there to Travis Hill, 005 up front, puts it dead 9 to be 14 total. Tillman here, Tower Side, 12 at the hit, and no good. 552.5 on the 553 dial for the loss. Tom Husigan here, Tower Side, 503 in the Mullis Dragster. We'll take on Caden Dorsey, 656 in the Plymouth Duster. Winlake, give it to Husigan. Dead on with a 3 to be 38 total. Caden had the starting line advantage, 004, but can't run the number. 652-0 on the 646 dial for the loss. XX75, car number XX75, you are the buy run in the buyback round. You need to pull out into lane 6. Car number XX75 down in the staging lanes, you are the wait and see buy. You need to pull out into lane 6, please. Jimmy DeChaco here, tower side 443, the dial, taking on Mark Kelly, 455. Double breakout win, give it to DeChaco, 442.6 on the 443 dial. Mark Kelly, 454.3 on the 455 with a 10 late, but no good. Give the win to DeChaco. Tim Heaps here, tower side, 475. Take on John Taylor Jr. over in the far lane, 467. Winlake, give it to Tim Heaps. Dead on with a 2 to be 12 total. John Taylor, not even close. Dead on with a 2 to be 45 total and takes the loss. Carl Stevenson, 435 here, tower side in the American Dragster, taking on Joe Martin, 466 in the Diamond Dragster over in the Lucas Oil lane. Winlake goes to Carl Stevenson as Martin turns it 001 red. Stevenson way late at the hit. Breaks it out 1 thou, 434.9 on the 435 dial. Martin 467.6 on the 466 in the losing effort. Steve Drakowski, 485 for the Race Tech Dragster. Taking on Dalton Rolls here, tower side, 442 for the American Machine. Get the win to Turkowski. Rolls turns at 12 red. Turkowski 486.0 on the 485 dial. 19 total. Will move back into the main event. Rolls 441.2 on the 442 for the loss. Bob Kalipski here, tower side 447, taking on Jeff Taylor. Jeff 472. Give the win to Kalipski. He's dead on with a 1 to be 9 total. Taylor, 17 up front. Thanks for playing. 471, 1 on the 472 dial for the loss. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. I need Access Insurance Agency. Round number 2 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 6. 10 to 12-year-olds lane 7. And 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 8. Junior Dragsters for round number 2. We need you to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 6, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 7, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane number 8. Rick Tukowski over in the far lane, 477. Tower side, 489. Win late, give it to Tower side. Dead on with a 5. B23 total. Turkowski, 008 up front, had the starting line advantage and breaks it out. 1 foul on the big end. 476-9 on the 477 for the loss. Joe Baruch here, Tower side, 490 the dial, taking on Connor Hebig, 478 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Give the win to Hebig. Breaks it out 1 thou, 477-9 on the 478 with an 11 late, but didn't matter as Joe Baruch, 003 red, clicks it off early on the big end. Frank Lacates, better known to the World Wide Web as Frank Lacatus, 468 the dial, taking on David Hebig, 471. Winley, give it to Lacates. 009, then goes 471-3 on the 468 dial. Hebig 001 red, then breaks it out. 469-5 on the 471. His day will be done with that entry. Brent Martin, 470 for the race tech out of La Plata, Maryland. Then taking on Vina Martin out of Leonardtown, Maryland. 474 the dial over in the far lane. Once again, Junior Dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. Access Insurance Agency, round number 2 of Griner Brothers Heat and Cooling Junior Dragsters, need you to the lanes, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 6, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 7, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 8. Junior Dragsters, to the lanes, please. Winley, give it to Brent Martin. 005 up front, goes 473-5 on the 470 dial. At 139, Martin missed it. Then goes 473 with a 2 on the 474 dial for the loss. Bob Murphy here, tower side, 461, taking on Dan Northrup in the dragster, 477. Windlight, give it to Murph. Has Northrop 002 red, throws away dead 0. Murph breaks it out 2 whole ones, 459-0 on the 461, and moves back into the main event. Doc Daughtery here, tower side, 510 the dial, taking on Kyle Koretsky, 473. Give the win to Koretsky. Koretsky goes 472 with a 9 on a 473 with a 41 late. Daughtery 40 on the tree, goes 509-1 on a 510 for the loss. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you need anything from the speed shop, it'll be closing at 5 o'clock. Speed shop is closing at 5 o'clock. So if you need any fuel or anything like that, the speed shop is closing at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Don't forget the concession stand is open. It's $1 hot dogs today, as well as a special of chicken wings. Chicken wings is a special here today. So head on down to the concession stand and grab you a $1 hot dog. Drivers struggling to find a tree here the last few pairs. Becky Mendenhall gets the win, though. She goes dead on with a 0 to be 54 total as Marty Martin breaks out, goes 456 with a 7 on a 457 dial for the loss. Paul Kelly, 458 over in the far lane. Tower side, Mark Kelly, 453 for both drivers out of New Jersey. Sure they didn't plan to run each other this way. Oh boy. Paul Kelly almost messed up real bad. Trip zip up front, goes 460 with a 0 on a 458 dial as Mark Kelly sits on the starting line and idles on through. John Taylor here at tower side, 467, taking on Joe Martin over in the far lane, 466. And Taylor having some burnout issues here. Joe Martin waiting patiently over in the Lucas Oil lane. Ripping it on the big end. Win light. Give it here tower side to Taylor. 20 total for the win. Taylor will move back in. Jason Hoff here, tower side with the bye. And that will conclude the re-entry round for Top Bulb. And we'll be ready to head into Access Insurance Agency round number 2 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. I need Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box, double entries. No box, double entries to 1 and 2, please. No box, double entries to 1 and 2, please. Roadrunner Race Fuels, Blittersdorf Automotive, round number 2 of no box. I need double entries for no box to 1 and 2, please. Also, parts call for Russ Archer in the Aspen wagon, a 4150 gas carburetor metering block. If you have one that he could use, he would greatly appreciate it for a 750 gas carb. Also, attention in the pits for no box. The wait and see buy will be P178X. P178X. Stan Pfeiffer. You are the wait and see buy for no box in round number 2. Stan Pfeiffer, you are the wait and see buy for no box in round number 2. Yes, Cam Murray, I can repeat the parts call. We need a 4150 metering block for a 750 gas carburetor for Russ Archer. A 4150 metering block for a 750 gas carburetor And that is Russ Archer. Russ Archer is looking for that in the Aspen wagon. Noah Dustin up here now, tower side, taking on Alexis Lusby. Alexis 12:05, Noah 12:36. And give the win to Alexis, 12:14 with a 4 on a 12:05 with a 25 reaction time. Noah 12:29 with a 3 on a 12:36 dial with a 29 late. Both drivers respectable. But then Alexis will move on. And Kara Lusby with the bye here for the 6 to 9-year-old division. And we move into the next age group of 10 to 12-year-olds. Paisley Anderson, 894 the dial here, tower side, taking on Hunter Ward over in the far lane, 915 on the dial board. Paisley has control of this one. Paisley cannot do the job on the big end. Breaks it out, 893 with a 1 on 894 with a 006 reaction time. Hunter late at the hit, breaks it out less, 914 with a 7 on a 915. And Hunter will move on. Paisley will have to get to work on the finish line skills. Darren Hall, 978. Here at tower side, taking on Danica Dustin over in the far lane, 906 for the driver out of Rockville, Maryland. Give the win late to Danica Dustin, 903 with a 6 on a 906 dial as Hall turns it red and then throws away dead on with a 2. Camden Berry here, tower side, 894. Far lane heads up dial is Austin Booker. Winlight, give it to Camden Berry. 893 with a 7 on 894 with a 28 late. Austin late at the hit goes 889.9 on the 894 for the loss. Can we get the rest of no box? Yes, we can, Andy Anderson. We need all of no box to 1 and 2 for Blittersdorf's Automotive. Round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels no box. No box. All cars to 1 and 2 for second round of competition. And Mason Dudley with the buy run here. Goes 901 with an 8 on 9 flat at 72 miles an hour. Trevor Ulrich here at Towerside, 795, taking on Shane Daly out of Bowie, Maryland. 806 the dial. Yeah, Winley, give it to Shane Daly, 801 with a 9 on an 806 dial, the 29 late. Ulrich turns it red, then goes dead on with a 2, but won't be moving on. Winlight, give it to Jordan Nelson, 793 with a 6 on a $790 as Charlie Blittersdorf turns it red up front for the loss. Jackson Griner up now, 826, taking on Jillian Kleinfelter, 805 over in the far lane. Winlight, give it to Griner, 828 with a 9 on 826 with 21 late. Kleinfelter, 810 with an 8 on 805 for the loss. Madison Schonberger here at Towerside, 813 the dial, taking on Malia Curtis, 790 for the driver out of Gambrels, Maryland. The 1320 fabrication machine. Windley, give it to Madison. 8:14 with a 6 on an 8:13 with an 11 late. Malia breaks it out. 7:89 with a 5 on a 7:90 with a 23 late. Madison will move on. No James here, Tower Side, 7:98 taking on Carly Forrest, 7:96 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Red light start for Noah James. Get the win to Carly Forrest. Carly 794.4 on the 796 dial. James 797 with a 4 on a 798. Carly will move on. JJ Schoenberger 805 the dial. Tower Side Logan Anderson 795. And somebody ripping it on the big end. Win light, give it to JJ. 803 with a 7 on an 805 with a 35 light. Anderson 793.7 on the 795 dial for the loss. And Nazir Wallace with the bye. 804 the dial. And Nazir goes 807 with a 3 on the 804. And we'll move on to round number 3. And that will conclude Access Insurance Agency round number 2 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. And we will get ready for Blittersdorf's Automotive Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Round number 2 coming up next. P178X number, P178X, Stan Pfeiffer. You are the wait and see buy. Here we go, round 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Steve Dustin here, tower side 731 in the Mustang, taking on Marty Flagel, 572 in the Nova. Win late, give it to Marty Flagel, 14 up front, goes 571 with a 0 on the 572 dial with the 14 late. Dustin, 729.6 on the 731 with a 13 late for the loss. Give the win to Stanley Pfeiffer. He'll come back for his wait and see buy. 17 up front, then goes 679 with a 5 on the 676 as Ernie Zagers is red, and then goes 629 with a 6 on a 626 for the loss. Matthew Witkowski over in the Pontiac, 634. Bob DeYoung here, tower side, 587. And give the win late to Witkowski as DeYoung turns it red. Witkowski will move on. Todd Thoman over in the far lane now, 639 tower side. Kevin Render, 803 the dial for the Malibu. Win late, give it to Thoman. Identical 14 red reaction times. But Thoman will get the win here, 637 with a 6 on the 639. Redner 804 with a 5 on the 803. Chad Birch over in the far lane, 669 in the Mustang. Tower side, Ray Barlow, 605. Give the win to Barlow, 11 up front, then goes 612 with an 8 on 605 as Birch late at the hit. Uncharacteristic of him, and then goes 672 with a 9 on 669. Terry Sachs, 645 in the Camaro tower side, taking on Denny McCloskey in the wheel stand and Firebird, 662. Winlay, give it to Terry Sachs as McCloskey turns it 002 red. He's going to kick himself on that one. 642 with a 5 on a 645 goes Sachs, and McCloskey 658.4 on a 662. Gary Semper's back up in the Mustang, 573, taking on Jesse Marshall, 680. And Jesse is broke, so Semper's with the bye. And Simpers throws down trip zip on the bye, then goes 570 with a 5 on a 573. Kurt Holland up now in the Camaro, 615, taking on the Cutlass here, tower side of Paul Cap at a 686 dial. Green on both sides, give the win to Kurt Holland. Easy win there, 22 up front. And then puts it way above as Paul Cap with some issues there. He goes 261 total for the loss. Soggy Dunn, 636 in the Camaro, taking on Mikey Ulrich in the Malibu, 730. Ulrich turns a 009 red, give the win to Soggy. And Soggy throws down dead 1 to be 40 total. Ulrich, 733 with a 5 on a 730. Kyle Core over in the far lane, 780 the dial on the dart, taking on Denny Renninger here, tower side, 747 in the Cutlass. Core 001 red, give the win to Renninger. He goes 750 with a 9 on 747. As Core goes 777 with a 6 on a 780 for the loss. Stacy Orth here, tower side, 596, taking on Jeannie Northrop, 594 in the Camaro. Give the win to Stacy as Jeannie turns it pretty good red, not like Jeannie. 593 with a 6 on a 594 with the red light, and Stacy 594-0 on the 596 will take the win and move on to round 3. Ronald Myers in the Camaro, 616. Jeff Stewart, 635 in the Chevelle. Win light, give it to Jeff Stewart. 007 up front, and then way over the dial as Ron Myers was way late and way over the dial. Stewart will move on. Kevin Core in the Demon, 701 the dial, taking on Kevin Mendenhall, the leader of the Poor Financial Decisions Racing Team, 621 for Mr. B&M. Win light, give it to Mendenhall. Dead on with a 2 to be 45 total. Core had an identical reaction time to him, but couldn't run the numbers. 702 with an 8 on a 701 for the loss. Joe Dedrick, 560 in the Camaro. Tower side, Matt Consiglio, 673 for the Nova. Give the win to Matt. 670 with a 6 on a 673. With a 52 light, Joe turns at 11 red and then goes 559-2 on the 560 for the loss. Terry Benton back up now in the Camaro, 628 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Tower side in the Pro Torque lane. Mike Dugan. That's not Mike Dugan. $596 here for the wagon. That is not Mike Dugan. Dennis Gerhardt. There we go. That looks a lot better. Gerhardt goes 598 with a 9 on a 596 for the loss. Has Benton 12 up front and then goes 1 above 7 for the win. Dice Girl, Shannon Fordyce, 637 here, Tower side, taking on Sam Koonsman on the motorcycle, 558. Ray Fordyce here now in the pickup, 667, taking on Bill Wackerman over in the far lane, 690. Give the win late to the S10, dead on with a 5 to be 50 total. The Camaro, 1 above 8 on the 690 dial at 98 mile an hour. Fordyce takes the 007 margin of victory and moves on. Mike LaRose, 576 for the Vega wagon here, Tower side, taking on Marcus McClure, 684 over in the far lane. Windlake, give it to LaRoche Jr. 003 up front goes 579.5 on the 576 dial. McClure, 13 at the hit, goes 687.0 on the 684. 005 margin of victory going here tower side. Jason Parker in the Mustang, 634, taking on Jana Embley here tower side in the Blazer, 756. Windlake, give it to Embley. 761 with an 8 on 756 with a 60 light. Parker late at the hit, throws away dead on 5 to be 125 total. Embley takes the 007 to margin of victory. Nathan Mendenhall here tower side in the pickup, 630 the dial. Far lane in the Mustang, 697. .002 margin of victory. Give it here tower side to Nathan Mendenhall. The trash can killer, 632 with a 4 on a 630 with a 14 light. The Mustang in the far lane, 40 total. No good. Cam Murray in the Duster, 630 the dial. Mike Griner here tower side in the Chevelle, 580 for his machine. Give the win over here, tower side to Mike Griner. Dead on with a 4 to be 21 total. Murray, no good. 43 at the hit, breaks it out. 627 with a 5 on a 630. Pete Bushnell up again in the Camaro, taking on Dennis Core in the Dodge, 698. Windlake, give it to Bushnell in the double breakout. 594.7 on the 597 dial. Core 691.8 on the 698 for the loss. Joanna Crouch here, tower side, 589, taking on Layla Gockley in the pickup, 738. Give the win over here to Joanna. 16 at the hit, goes 594 with an 8 on a 589. Layla late at the hit, then goes 740 with an 8 on a 738 for the loss. CJ Faraka here, tower side, 739, taking on Bobby Pipp in the Mustang, 741. Pipp dead on with a 9 to be 51 total. CJ, 63 at the hit, no good, breaks it out. 732 with a 6 on a 739. Dan Casey in the Mercury Capri, 583. Taking on Robert Reinert Jr. here, tower side, 627 in the Nova. Winlake, give it to Dan. As Reiner turns it 12 red, Dan goes 580 with a 4 on the 583 with an 18 late. Reiner 625.3 on the 627 after turning it red. Jeremy Kleinfelter 691 in the pickup, taking on Ernie Zagers 626 for the Corvette. Give the win to Ernie. 004 up front goes 629 with the 6 on the 626. Jeremy goes 692.4 on the 691 for the loss. Theodore Myers here, tower side, 597, taking on the wheel stander of Evan Paust, 663 for the wagon. At the stripe, give the win to Myers. 009 up front puts it 2 above 0 to be 29 total. Paust goes 662.3 on the 663 with a 31 late for the loss. Kyle Robb over in the far lane, 605 for the Chevy 2. Tower side in the Malibu, Kevin Render, 803 the dial. Tension the pits, tension the pits. Car number 131, 131. You were the wait and see by for top in round number 2. And I need door car double entries to 1 and 2, please. Door car doubles to 1 and 2, please. Door car doubles to 1 and 2 for Blittersdorf's Automotive. Round number 2, a C2 competition converters and machining top ball. Round number 2, doubles, door cars to 1 and 2. Give the win there to Kyle Robb, 005, then 2 above 0 to be 25 total. Kevin Render dead on with the 2, but 56 total, no good. Harley Parson now in the Malibu, 676, taking on Ray Barlow in the Mustang, 604. Give the win to Barlow. 607 with a 5 on a 604 dial. With a 29 late. Parson goes 680 with a 1 on a 676 with a 96 late for the loss. Dennis Cornow up in the Dodge. 658 taking on Todd Thoman. 639 here, tower side. Give the win to Dennis. Dead on with an 8 to be 16 total. As Todd late at the hit and then breaks it out 637 with a 3 on a 639 for the loss. Robert Smith in the Nova 651, tower side in the Mustang. Steve Dustin, 726. Win light goes to Dustin, 727 with a 7 on a 726 with a 16 light. Smith dead on with an 8, but no good as he goes 47 total in the loss. Bob DeYoung, 587. In the Camaro, almost heads up with Tina Orth-Lacey in the Nova, 589. So attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sophia Curtis, you lost, but you won a prize pack from FRBR Promotions. So head to the first floor of the timing tower to pick up your losing package there. You were selected as the winner of the losing folks from round number 2. So head on down to the first floor of the timing tower. Win late there goes to Tina. Dead on with a 4 to be 61 total. Bob, 59 at the hit, breaks it out, 8 thou on the big end. Andrew Bakudo in the Firebird, 634. Taking on Chad Birch here, tower side in the Mustang, 672. Winlay give it to Chad Birch, but 004. He's 008 up front, dead on with a 7 to be 15 total. Bakudo's 26 at the hit, then breaks it out. 633 with a 3 on a 634. We need all door cars for second round of top to 1 and 2, please. All door cars for second round of top to 1 and 2, please. And it looks like Russ Archer found that metering block thanks to the racer who helped the racer in need. 691 for the Aspen wagon. Jeannie Northrup here in the Camaro. She's got the starting line advantage and the finish line advantage. She's 23 total, takes out Archer's 37 reaction time. Archer goes down 694 with a 0 and a 691, and he will be done with that entry for the day. Kurt Holland back up 615 in the Camaro, taking on Travis Hill 628. Once again, we need all door cars for top ET. Top ET door cars to 1 and 2. Top ET door cars to 1 and 2 for round 2. Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 2 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Give the win to Kurt Holland. 007 up front, then goes 619 with a 3 on a 615 dial. Travis Hill late at the hit, then goes 630 with a 4 on a 628 dial for the loss. Rich Maganelli, we need you to the timing tower, please, to the first floor. Rich Maganelli, need you to the first floor of the timing tower, please. Win late there goes to Mike Greiner. 1 above 0 to be 37 total is Greiner. Moving on with that entry as well, Caleb Klein goes 650 with a 2 on the 651 for the loss. John Hindenburg, 657 in the Mustang, taking on Macy Stewart here tower side in the Cutlass, 620 for the dial. Give the win to John Hindenburg. 655 with a 6 on a 657 dial with a 19 light. Macy Stewart breaks it out 1 thou and turns it red. Insult to injury there. 623 with a 9 on a 624 with a 007 red reaction time. John will move on. Ed Races, 623 in the Malibu. Chris Culp, 603 here tower side, and the Arrow. Win Lake, give it to Chris Culp as Ed's going to kick himself for that one. 007 red, then goes 622 with a 3 on a 623. Culp, 605 with an 8 on 603. We'll move on. Marty Flagel back up, 571 for the Nova. Tower side, Matt Wachowski, 634.
Wachowski turns it 15 red. Flegel 32 up front. Breaks it out 17th out. Gets the win. Wachowski dead 5. Just a little too soon at the hit. Jeff Stewart out of Fairmont, West Virginia. That's 64 Chevelle out 635. Getting chased down by that primered black 93 Mustang of Gary Simpers Jr. Stewart, 11 total. Dead, 003, dead 8. Simpers, 16, and just along for the ride. Good lap by him, 16 thou under, but Stewart knocked it down on both ends. I need doubled dragsters. Top ET doubled dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Top ET doubled dragsters to 5 and 6. 131, you are the wait and see buy. Jason Barrow, 131, you are the wait and see buy. Joe Dedrick, Stan Piper. Dedrick just 2 thou red. Sends Piper through. He's 33 and a 100 under. Coming back for round 3. So all of my top door cars should be in 1, 2, 3, and 4. Doubled dragsters should be making their way to 5 and 6. The rest of top dragster is on standby. Displayed prior to that point. That is a hard and fast FRBR rule, Maple Grove rule. So dial-in boards turned on, final numbers shoe polished and taken care of before you cross that solid line at the front of staging, please. Concession stand will be closing at 6 p.m. Concession stand will be closing at 6 p.m. That's 32 minutes from right now. First pair of second round of top door car, we have a rematch of first round. Aaron Tim, right side, 589 to dial in. Brock Mosier, that high-flying wagon, left lane, 544 his dial. I believe Aaron was 7 to 9 total. Going to try to duplicate that. And she'd hit it up front. She's 7. Brock, thinking about that last one, turns it 6 red, goes dead 5. Aaron, 1 thou under, 007 up front, a second nasty lap against Brock Mosier. Jeff Krasinski, winner of a practice tree race at the J-Bros winter event, won himself a weekend entry here. Worked today, snuck down into buybacks, and now he's here in second round going up against D-Mac, Denny McCluskey out of Neptune, New Jersey. That's 78 Firebird, dialed to 660. Krasinski, all zeros, gives him 28 thousandths to work with, working the brake pedal, and he's 1 above for 10 total. D-Mac, 28, dead 5. Thanks for playing. Tough one there is Krasinski. 10 total, moves him on. Now, I had mentioned in our broadcast that we were doing different for best, instead of best losing packages, we were doing different feats of unfortunate racing. And this one is, this round is the worst red light. Gets to visit the FRBR prize vault. Not going to mention what it is for anyone, but if it was the worst red light of the round, you win. Variety of gift cards from $25 all the way up to $150, depending on what you might like. And it looks like in no box, round 2, it was Ernie Zagars. Ernie Zagars with the Corvette out of Mannheim. You can come to the base of the tower and pick your prize. This pair, Jake Morris, Bobby McCluskey, true start affair by 0.02 of a second. Jake was 3 red, Bob was 5 red. Both drivers broke it out. Morris to round number 3. Antoine Jett in that 83 Camaro, 613 the dial in, going up against Jack Grader in that rolling Thunderbird. That car has been that gorgeous since almost, I'm going to say the 80s. Always running. That So Grader, 533, 613 for Jett. And Grader turns it 11 red. Jett, 6 up front, breaks it out. Pete Morris, John Reed. Pete, former FRBR Independent Showdown winner. He was on a shirt a couple years back. He's out of Wilmington, Delaware, 67 Chevelle. John Reed out of Essex, Maryland. in the Dart. 67 edition, it says. 2 thou separate them. This one's going to be decided at the top end. And the win light goes to Pete Morris. He is 20-0, getting him there first by 8 thou. Reed 18-1 above for 28 total. Good lap, just not good enough. We'll now take all of dragsters. Doubles have been called. We will now take the rest of you, please, to lanes 5 and 6. We are running second round of top door car. So you should be in 1, 2, 3, and 4. And all of dragster, round 2 of top dragster. That is C2 competition converter and machining, Blittersdorf Automotive, second round of top bulb. Michael Zeg, Erica Grader, your pair here, 500 separate them. Grader gonna leave first. 5,000 separate them up front. Grader with the slight edge and the win light. She's 1 above 5, gives her 54 total and gets her there by just 2,000. 54 beats 56. The math is the math. And Grader had it work out in her favor this time. If you follow big money top bulb racing, you undoubtedly know the man in the left lane here, Mike Barber, 92 Ford Mustang, staying close to home for once, wins all over the place. He's got work to do though. Fran DeChico in that 86 Dodge Daytona has 15 thousandths, but not the win light, can't cover the number. Barber, 24-0, gets him there by 9. DeChico was 9 up front, but 2 above 4, 33 total. Puts him just that much behind and sends Barber through. Rich Manganelli out of Morganville, New Jersey, 2002 Camaro, 588, the dial in. Going up against Regan Fox, Regan out of Aston. Nova's away green, and with a 17 thousandths of a second advantage, Manganelli going to have to hope for some luck, and he doesn't get it. Double breakout. Fox gets there by 7 thou, breaks out by 7 thou. Manganelli's only hope was to drop hard and try to get above. Didn't do it. Fox is your winner. Jeremy Popple out of Canastata, New York, 71 Monte Carlo. 621 the dial, spotting 200ths of a second to Austin Yount. Yount in the Vega. And Yount got all of it. 001 gives him 38 thousandths. You're going to see that Vega rocking, and he gets the win. He's 17 total, getting there by 6 thou. Popple broke out, trying to get there, but that run, all Yount with the sub-20 pack. Eric Bowles, 78 Malibu, far side, 657 the dial. Eric, fresh out of juniors in the last year or so. Jumping up to the big car, doing well. He's going up against John McClure. McClure, longtime Maple Grove racer. 2000 S10, 568. Going to put in the work to try to chase Bowles down. Double red light, true start. 1 thousandth of a second. McClure is 4 red. Bowles is 5 red. John McClure goes on. Need a parts call for a CSI water pump for a big block Chevy. CSI water pump for a big block Chevy. If you have it, Theo Myers and that beautiful red Camaro need it to get back in business. You can see him directly or bring it to the tower and we'll let him know, but we need a CSI water pump for a big block Chevy for the Myers family, please.
No, next one.
Eric Tenney, 69 Dart. He's out of Forest Hill, Maryland, out 657, going up against Daryl Tillman, 63 Corvette. And Tenney turns it 002 red. Tillman 11. Dead 7. He's 18 total. Tenny, 2 red, under 2 thou. He's green. That's a pretty flat, nasty race. But Tillman gets away with that 18 pack.
Larry Payton, left side, right.
Is that dial right? 750 seems.
And right
lane.
right lane, Mark Cathell. Out of Laurel, New Jersey. Owner of US 3 Drag 13. He's dialed 628. Larry Payton wins with a 10 light against a 24 light. Wait.
What he's trying to say is Payton gets there first by 7 thousandths of a second. He was 10, 2 above 9 for 39 total. Cathell a little behind up front. He was 24 and 2 above. Certainly appreciate all the US 13 guys making the trip up here. We love having the Coastal Clash down there and glad to see them in our neck of the woods. Mark's just happy to not be operating a race, sitting in the race car. This pair, we got Jeff Martin out of Hollywood, Maryland, 80 Monza, far side, 565 the dial in. Tower side, Cody Mariner out of Salisbury, 78 Malibu, getting spotted 900ths of a second. No, we're not, everybody's not doing it.
I don't care.
Boat drivers away green. Mariner, 004, gives him 18 thou and the win light. Trims it up nicely. He's 2 above 8, 32 total, taking 4 thou. Martin, 22, closer on the number. But the whole shot win for Cody Mariner. Antoine Jett and Vaughn Dunn, a battle you would have seen this is a battle you've seen at ATCO many, many times over the years. They brought it here to Maple Grove. Jets dialed a 601, Dunn 568. Dead even, 16 a pair. Who's going to wheel the finish line better? Give it to Dunn. He gets there 5 thou. He's 16 thousandths above for 32 total to the 37 total of Jet. Good tight drag race on both ends. Vaughn Dunn, your winner. Mike Lubanowski, Holbrook, New York, 87 Corvette. He's dialed 589, going up against David Wing. Wing out of Croydon, PA, 72 Camaro. It's not a 72 Camaro. It says 72 Nova in there. It is definitely a Camaro. He's dialed 612. Lubanowski has 23 thousandths in his pocket. Going to try to drive around Wing and does so. He's dead 9, 16 total. Wing dead 2 to no avail. He's 32 total. Lubanowski gets there 16 thou with that 16 pack. Numbers line up, and so does his win light. None of those US 13 drivers. Laura Truitt, 67 Chevelle, going up against Skylar Stump. Skylar out of Mechanicsburg, former junior racer here. 69 Camaro. She's dialed 563. Truitt leaving first with that 610 prediction. All of Dragster should be in 5, 6, 7, and 8. All of second round top ET Dragster, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1,000 separate this pair. Truitt with the edge. Truitt with the win by 002. She's 22 dead 3. Skylar Stump 23 dead 2. 3 zeros and a 2. Man, what a drag race. Bob Murphy III out of Downingtown, his S10 dialed 639, going up against George Washington out of Southampton, New Hampshire. That 71 Duster. George, middle initials MF Washington. Cam Murray, I love you, buddy. Always coming up with the great names. He's spotting Murphy 900ths of a second. 2 thou separate them. Murphy, slight edge, but not enough to really matter. Who's going to drive the finish line? Murray, or Washington, as it were, drops him off to go one above. Murphy was 16, took 16 to break it out a thou. Great job driving on both ends. He just didn't catch Murray's drop, and Cam moving on. Matt Patterson, Mark Manley. Patterson out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania, 94 S10, 671 the dial in. 66 Chevy Twice of Manley out of Shadyside, Maryland, dialed 612. One thou separate him in another great matchup. Patterson has that edge. Patterson has that win light. He's 22 total to the 27 total of Manley. Getting there first by 5 thou and taking the win. Jim Fordyce out of Williamstown, New Jersey, in that 67 vet. Want to clear up what happened first round. Our rules clearly state that you cannot deep stage. He saw his opponent knock the top bulb out as he was having trans brake issues, so he ran it as a time run. He did see that breakout, but the race was already over because of that deep stage in top bulb. So Fordyce back for second round, going up against Evan Pouse, recent new media winner at the Mohnton Jeff race, off the foot, 30 grand. Thank you very much. Trying to win 15 here in that Vega wagon. He's out of Lexington Park, Maryland. Another true start. Fordyce gets the win on this one. He's 10 red, dead 1. Pouse, 15 red in the losing effort. Bill Groten, Greg Kelly, your next pair. Kelly out of Hainesport, New Jersey, 80 Monza. Bill Groten, 66 Pontiac. Near side, getting, spotting a 10th of a second to Kelly. Little flicker of the stage light for Groten. Both drivers saw it. Both drivers missed the tree, but they were dead even, 51-52. Kelly got there first by 17, needed to take 14 or less to turn the win light on. Groten moves on. We're getting to the end of our door cars in Top ET second round. That's Blittersdorf's Automotive Top ET. Second round. So dragsters, you should all be in the lanes. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Terry Benton, this pair, 78 Camaro. Going up against the 67 Mustang of Travis Hill, and Hill turns it 9 thou red. Benton gets away with one, swung and missed with a 41, but it doesn't matter. He's coming back. Hill, 1 above in the loss, 2 above in the win for Benton. Dan Northrup, Jacob Wilson, another one. Northrup misses the trees, 43, but Wilson 9 red in front of him. So Danny holding what he thought he was holding, I'm sure. Gonna shake out that light and he'll be back for the next round. Brock Mosier on his final entry here, 544 the dial in, going up against John Reed out of Essex, Maryland. That 67 Corvette dialed 629. Reed 17 in a 100s hole. Mosier, not to be denied. 7 dead 7. 14 total gets him there 5 thou. Reed 17 dead 2. 19 total. Second round runner up. Just a tough lap. As our doubles keep coming around here, we have Eric Tenney, Mike Barber. Barber was 11 up front. Probably gave up the stripe. Tenney got there first, 8 thou. Double breakout win going to Barber. Tenney was 4 to the 11 of Mike and just did not play the finish line as well. And Barber moves on. Vaughn Dunn back for his second entry, going up against Aaron Tim for her second entry. As that will bring us to the end of the door car side. They'll be called separately for one more round. Tim dialed 589 in Husband Shorty's Vega. Vaughn dialed 568 in that ragtop Camaro. 24 to a 22, only 2 thou between them. Vaughn with the edge and Vaughn with the win light. Vaughn dropped it like it was absolutely hot. He goes 106 miles an hour to be safe 4. Aaron got fed most of the 57, didn't catch it in time, broke out 13 thousandths. Don't remember if Vaughn won his first one, but Aaron still has one left. She's coming back for round number 3 with that, and Vaughn either has 1 or 2. I'm going to pass it back to the smooth voice of Chad Cathell for the dragster side.
Not so sure about the smooth, but we're a voice, or I'm a voice if nothing else. Gerard Hamlick, 489 here, tower side in the dragster, taking on Greg Hicks in the Ginkgo plumbing machine. 483 for Hicks. Out of a short drive here. He is out of Las Vegas, Nevada. So quick a left, a right, and a couple straightaways, and Hicks was here. As we move into the dragster portion here of round number 2 of Top ET. 003 margin victory, give it to Hicks. 31 at the hit goes Hicks, then 484.5 on the 483 dial. At 137, Gerard 490 with a 7 on 489 at 141 for the loss. Connor Hebig 478 in the S&W dragster, taking on Tom Husigan 502 here tower side for the Mullis machine out of Shillington, Pennsylvania. Winley, give it to Connor. 479 with a 4 on a 478 dial with a 008 reaction time. Tom was 006 up front. Gets there 25. Had to take 16 or less and breaks it out. Can't do it. Tim Heaps, 475 here, tower side in the dragster, taking on the 21 American of Jason Barrow. 452 the dial. Jason in full control here, turns on the wind light. 13 total as he goes one above 3 with the trip zip reaction time. Heaps, nothing doing. Thanks for playing. 47 total on the dead on 5 run. Becky Mendenhall, 483 in the dragster, taking on Dana Beauchamp here tower side, 477 for the driver out of Mohnton, Pennsylvania. Windlay, give it to Becky. Goes 484.3 on the 483 dial. With a 32 late, Dana dead on with a 7, but 006 red up front. Ends the day. Mike Morris, 448. Tower side in the Race Tech dragster, taking on Spanky Chris Wilson. Mr. Wilson Racing Engines himself out of Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. 450 the dial. And Morris is in extreme trouble. Oh boy. And Spanky just about messed that one up. He is 9 total, 2 up front, dead on 7, as Morris runs it on through to be 324 total in the loss. Wilson moves on. Jake Narr, 508 in the dragster in the Lucas Oil lane. Tower side in the Pro Torque lane is Bob Kalipski, 446. Windlay, give it to Kalipski. 447.5 on the 446 dial with 25 late as Narr 006 up front. Takes way too much stripe. Could have taken 34 or less and got the win. Goes 507.7 on the 508 for the loss. Josh Wilson in the dragster, 458. Taking on Brian Crump here, tower side, 497. At the stripe, win late, give it to Crump. Double breakout win, 496 with a 5 on a 497 dial with a 10 late. Wilson, 455 with an 8 on a 458 dial, and was way late at the late. Steve Tchaikovsky, 485 in the Race Tech over in the far lane. Bob Murphy here tower side, 461 in the Battle of the Race Techs. Give the win to Murph. He's dead on with a 4 to be 17 total. Turkowski 19 on the let go. No good. 483 with a 9 on a 485 for the loss. Mike Hoff here, tower side, 470 for the Race Tech machine. Taking on the Lucas Oil lane of Rick Turkowski, 477 for the Ed Quay dragster. Winley give it to Hoff, dead on with a 0 to be 33 total. Turkowski had the room, took 17, needed to take 11 or less to grab the win. Couldn't do it on the big end. Give the win to Mike Hoff. He'll move on to round number 3. Rigel Colinas here, tower side, 496, taking on Bob Hickey, 474 for the Watson McDaniel dragster. Winlake give it to Bob in the double breakout run. Rigel had plenty of room, but not able to get it done on the big end. Hickey, 473.3 on the 474 dial. We'll move on. Jimmy DeChaco, 443 here, tower side, taking on Paul Kelly, 458 over in the far lane. Give the win to Paul Kelly. Dead on with a 0 to be 23 total. DeChaco, 13 up front, but breaks it out on the big end. Took 15, had to take 10 or less to get around Kelly. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need B&M Performance and Machining, round number 3 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 6. 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 7, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 8. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. Lane 6, 7, and 8. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, please, for a third round of competition. Randy Krause here, tower side, 492, taking on Don Matson, 492, heads up dial. Give the win to Krause in the True Start win, 004 red to the 007 red. Krause 490 with a 7 on 492. Matson goes dead on with a 1, but had the worst red light. Zach Rothenberger, 498, taking on Frank Lacates, or Lacatis as most would know him. 470 the dial for the driver out of Salisbury, Maryland. Get the win light to Frankie. 472.7 on the 470 with a 17 light. Rothenberger, 006 red. 497 with a 2 on a 498 will end his day. Jason Amy in the Lucas Oil lane, 524, taking on Greg Parsons here, tower side, 482. Parsons, 003 red, give the win to Amy. Goes 523 with a 7 on a 524 with a 10 light. Parsons 481.2 on a 482 dial. Will end his day. Caitlin Krause up now, 492 here tower side, taking on Mark Beedman, 5 flat over in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Caitlin. Double breakout win. 491 with a 1 on a 492 with a 26 light. Beedman 41 on the hit. Goes 497.9 on the 5 flat dial for the loss. Carl Stevenson here, tower side, 431, taking on Kyle Koretsky, 471 over in the far lane. Koretsky in control. Koretsky with the win. Goes 470 with a 4 on a 471 dial with a 12 reaction time. Stevenson late at the hit. Goes 435.9 on the 437, trying to get there for the loss. Ray Fordyce Jr. in the dragster, 458. Taking on Severn Johnson here, tower side, 469. Final call for junior dragsters to 6, 7, and 8. Final call for juniors to 6, 7, and 8. $2,000 margin of victory. Give it to Severn Johnson. He has 468.8 on the 469 dial with a 12 late. Fordyce 15 on the hit. Goes 457.6 on the 458 dial for the loss. Brian Bensinger 474 in the Lucas Oil lane. Pro Torque lane here, tower side. John Dustin 521 for the driver out of Rockville, Maryland. Win light, another double breakout run. Give it to Dustin, 520 with a 6 and a 521 with a 32 light. Bensinger 48 at the hit, goes 473.2 on a 474 at 144 for the loss. Terrell Sinkler, Rel 526 the dial. Taking on David George, 467. here tower side. Want to thank all those watching along at home on Diamond State Digital, and thank B&M Performance and Machining for bringing the live stream free to the viewers this weekend on Diamond State Digital. Rel's going to move on. 524 with an 8 on a 526 dial with a 20 late. George Daryl with a 4, but 10 red up front is going to eliminate him for the day. Jeff Taylor over in the far lane, 472. Taking on Butch Booker here tower side, 482. For the driver out of Howell, New Jersey. Win light, give it here tower side to Butch. 481 with a 7 off, 482 with a 22 light. Taylor, 15 on the hit, but no good on the big end. 471 1 on the 472 dial. Takes 13 straight. Had to take 7 or less to grab the win. Brent Martin here tower side, 470, taking on Tom Spangler, 484 in the Lucas Oil lane. Give the win to Brent Martin. Brent dead on with a 0. Late at the hit. Spangler 006 red and breaks it out. 483-0 on the 484. Martin will move on. Jason Hall 438 here tower side taking on Haley Bowles 546 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Get the win to Hoff. Haley turns at 15 red. Hoff goes 002 up front, then goes 435-7 on the 438 dial, and we'll move on to round number 3. Dale Crouch here, tower side, 459 to dial for the 330-foot burnout machine. Taking on Mike Lubinuski out of Holbrook, New York, in the Corvette, 589. Get the win to the Corvette. Crouch turns it red. Mike 588.8 on the 589 dial, 116. Crouch 457.7 on the 459 at 151. Becky Mendenhall, 483. Taking on Frank Zeg, 472. Give the win to Frank Zeg. Dead on with the one to be 18 total. Becky's 006 up front, but can't get slowed up enough on the big end. Took 16, needed to take 11 or less. Goes 482.6 on the 483 dial for the loss. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need double entries for no box. Round number 3. Access Insurance, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels no box to 1 and 2. Double entries to 1 and 2. Stan Piper with P178X. You are the wait and see buy still. You carried that over. Connor Hebig over in the far lane, 478. John Taylor, Tower side, 467. Taylor, 006 red, give the win to Connor. Connor goes 477.9 on the 478 dial. And Taylor throws away dead on 0. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We've got a racer in need, Kyle Koretsky. Kyle Koretsky needs a C1600 SX battery. And if I mess that up, it's Shane's fault. Kyle Koretsky is in need of a battery. If you got something that can help him out, a CC1600 SX battery. Winley, give it to Greg Hicks. 482.2 on the 483 dial with a 007 reaction time. Takes the 2,000 margin of victory over Gerard Hamlick here, Tower side. 489.0 on the 490 with a 15 late. It is no good. Jason Barrow here, Tower side in the dragster, 452. Jim LaRoe in the S10, 665 over in the far lane. I think what Kyle might be looking for is a D1600 excess power battery, 16-volt battery. If you have anything that can help Kyle Koretsky out, go see him. Win late, Jim Laro in the S10, 669.8 on the 665 dial with a 22 late. Jason here, Tower side, 002 red, then breaks it out, 451.6 on the 452 dial. And that will conclude Blittersdorf's Automotive round number 2 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. We'll get ready for B&M Performance and Machining round number 3 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters coming up next. 69-year-olds coming out for their third round of competition. Alexis Lusby, 12:10, taking on Kara Lusby, 12:04. And a true start win going over to Kara. Double red lights there. 12:15 with an 8 on 12:04 for Kara. Alexis 12:22 with a 1 on 12:10 for the loss. Tower side now moving into the 9 to 12-year-old division, or 9 to 10-year-old. Yes, the 10 to 12-year-old division. Hunter Ward, 912 the dial. Getting the numbers on the screen mixed up with the ages. Taking on Mason Dudley, 901 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. We need all of bottom, all of no box to 1 and 2, please. All of no box to 1 and 2, please. All of no box for third round to 1 and 2, please. Give the win there to Mason Dudley, 904 with a 9 on 901. Hunter Ward, 914 with a 6 on 912 for the loss. Give the win there to Danica Dustin, 909 with a 3 on a 902. The 64 Lake Camden turns it red, goes 897 with 1 on 890. Attention the pits, Evan Poust. Evan Poust, you're the round number 2 Lucky Loser Award for your top ET. So head on to the first floor of the timing tower. Evan Poust, you lost, but now you won as the lucky loser in round number 2. Jackson Griner, 827 here, tower side, far lane. Shane Daly, 802. At the stripe, good the win to Shane, 006 margin of victory. Goes 805.3 on the 802 at 80 mile an hour with an 18 late. Griner 828.8 on the 827 dial with a 39 late at 75 miles an hour. Jordan Nelson 793 in the half scale over in the far lane. Tower side, Nazir Wallace 806. At the stripe, win light goes to Jordan Nelson as he picks up a win. 795 with an 8 on 793. Both drivers were red. He's 008 to Nazir's 25 red. Nazir 809 with a 2 on 806 for the loss. JJ Schoenberger, 805 over in the far lane. Tower side, Carly Force, 794. And give the win to JJ as Carly turns it red. JJ goes 8 flat with a 3 on an 805 at 80 miles an hour. Carly 796.5 on a 794 with a 13 red will end her day. Madison Schoenberger here, tower side, 815 the dial. Final call for no box. All entries for no box. Round number 3 to 1 and 2. Final call. And Madison goes 807 with a 6 on the 815 dial with a 47 late, and we'll move on.
Who? Trivia question. Who was the youngest junior finalist in the FRBR race?
All right, more trivia here. Who's the youngest finalist in a FRBR race? If you have that answer, come to the first floor and claim your FRBR prize. And another license run here. So here we go with Access Insurance Agency round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Marty Flagel over in the Nova, 571, taking on Stanley Pfeiffer here at Tower Side, 679. Stanley's still sitting on the wait and see buy. And he might need that wait and see buy. He's going to need that wait and see buy. Flagel goes 13 up front, then goes 1 above 0 to be 23 total. Stanley, thanks for playing. 678-1 on the 679 and late at the hip. Ray Barlow here, Tower Side, 605 in the Mustang, taking on Kurt Holland, 616 in the Camaro. Winlake, give it to Barlow. 12 at the hit, goes 606-1 on the 605 dial at 108. Holland breaks it out, trying to get there. 34 at the hit, goes 614-0 on the 616 for the loss. Soggy Dunn in the Camaro, 636, taking on the Cutlass of Denny Renninger. 748 the dial for Denny. At the stripe, give the win to Denny. 008 goes 2 above 2 on the 748 dial at 90 miles an hour. Soggy, not able to get it done this time. Breaks it out 1,635.9 on the 636 for the loss. Todd Thoman, 639 in the Nova, taking on Steve Dustin here at Tower Side in the Mustang. 730 his dial. Give the win here, Tower Side, to Steve Dustin. It wasn't pretty, but he got it done. 78 total as Thoman took a country mile down there. Went 638-1 on a 639 dial for the loss. Matt Wachowski, 636 in the Astra, taking on Pete Bushnell. 593 here, Tower Side in the Camaro. Somebody ripping on it down at the big end. Give the win light to Matthew. 636-2 on the 636 dial. As Bushnell had the starting line advantage majorly, but couldn't run the number. 599-1 on the 593 at 115 for the loss. Jeff Stewart, 635 for the Chevelle. Tower Side in the Nova out of Rome, New York. Matt Consiglio, 670 the dial. At the stripe, give the win to Jeff Stewart. 637.6 on the 635 dial at 22 late. Matt not able to run the number. 674-1 on the 670 with a 27 late in the loss. Mustang on Mustang crime here. Gary Simpers, 570, taking on Shannon Fordyce. Dice Girl dialed 637. Win light, give it to Fordyce. She goes dead on with a 2 to be 20 total. Semper's dead on with a 2 as well, but 58 total, no thank you. Fordyce will move on to round number 4. Ernie Zagers in the Corvette, 629, taking on Ray Fordyce the third here tower side in the pickup, 667. At the stripe, give the win light to Ernie. Double breakout run, 628 with a 7 on a 629 with a 21 light. Ray, 665, 3 on the 667 dial with a 33 light. No good. Give the win there to Terry Benton, 634.9 on the 631 with a 13 light. Stacy Orth missed it up front, goes 597.1 on the 595 dial for the loss. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. This will be a lane change from where you've been called to. Lane change. We need top double door cars to 5 and 6. Top double door cars to 5 and 6, please. Top double door cars to 5 and 6, please. Terry Sachs, 642. Grabs the win there, 643.0 on the 642 dial. It was 002 on the red side on the far lane. Callie Klein, 648.6 or 658.6 on the 658, but 18 red, no good. Dan Cassie, 582 in the Capri. Ron Myers here, tower side in the Camaro, 625. At the straight, good the win to Dan. 590 with an 8 on a 582 dial with a 19 light. Ronald missed it big time up front and couldn't run the number on the big end. 631 with an 8 on a 625. It will end his day. Joanna Crouch, 589 here, tower side, taking on Kyle Robb, 605 over in the Chevy 2. Once again, double door cars for top ET. We need you to 5 and 6, please. 5 and 6 for top ET double door cars. For Access Insurance Agency round number 3, we need you to 5 and 6, please. At the stripe, give the win to Kyle Robb. 20 total, goes 10 up front, 1 above 0 on the big end. Joanna, 47 up front, no good. 587.5 on the 589 for the loss. Mike Griner here, tower side, 580, taking on Bobby Pipp, 741 in the Mustang over in the Lucas Oil lane. $2,000 margin of victory. Give it to Griner. He's 25 total, 24 dead, 1 for the win. Bobby Pipp, 24 up front as well, dead on 3, 27 total, but no good. Griner rolling in the Chevelle on to the next round. Chris Culp in the Arrow, 606 out of Pottstown, PA, taking on Theodore Myers here, tower side, 597. Attention to the pits. I need all door cars for round number 3 of Top ET to 5 and 6, please. All door cars for round number 3 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Windlay, give it to Theodore Myers. As Chris Culp, I would keep all sharp objects away from Chris. 6027 on the 606 dial with a 53 light. Myers 118 up front, goes 6026 on the 697 or 597 dial for the win. Mike LaRose in the Vega Wagon 579 here Tower side. And in the Mustang, it's John Hindenburg out of Spotswood, New Jersey. 656 the dial. Windlay, give it to Hindenburg in the Mustang, because one above one to be 24 total. LaRose 59 to hit, dead zero to be 59 total, no good. First call going out for double dragsters to 7 and 8. First call for double dragsters to 7 and 8. We've called all of door cars to 5 and 6. Now we need double dragsters to 7 and 8. Russ Archer in the Aspen Wagon 693 taking on Jana Embley here tower side 758 in the Blazer. Windlay, give it to the Blazer by 006 margin of victory. Embley 46, then goes 761.7 on the 758 dial at 88 miles an hour. Archer 695.9 on the 693 dial at 96 mile an hour for the loss. Once again, we've announced it a couple times. Andy announced it while I had a break, and I'm going to announce it again with some changes. You have to have your dial-in on the car, LED boards lit, ready to go when you get to the point of staging. That's the line that you cross at the end of the staging lanes. When you cross that line, if you do not have your dial-in on, you will now be dialed a 10 flat. So make sure you have your dial-ins on the car when you cross the line at the head of the staging lanes when you're pulling up to go out and race. Nathan Mendenhall in the S10 here, tower side 627. Far lane Tina Orth Lacey 589. And Tina is in trouble. Windlight, give it to Mendenhall. He's going to go one above 5 with the 006 reaction time to move on to the next round. Tina 590 with an 8 on a 589, no good, as she was 80 total. Kevin Mendenhall here, tower side, 621 for the Chevy 2. Taking on the Chevy 2 of Marty Flagel, 571 for Flagel here in round 3. Double dragsters to 7 and 8. Final call for double dragsters to 7 and 8. Final call. And Kev is in big trouble. Big Kev, big trouble. Windlight, Flagel, 8 total. Have a good lap, Mr. Flagel. Kevin Mendenhall, thanks for playing. 620 with an 8 on a 621. We enjoyed having you with that entry. Kurt Holland, 615 in the Camaro. Tower side, Chad Birch in the Mustang, 671. Windlay, give it to Kurt Holland. 616 with a 6 on the 615 dial with a 44. Light Chad Birch, big time red. Goes 667.8 on the 671. Chad, a little uncharacteristic here the last couple hits. Jeannie Northrup back up now in the Camaro, 593, taking on Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle, 635. Get the win there to Jeff Stewart. He's 001 up front, breaks it out 2 thou on the big end. As Jeannie is 007 red, throws away dead on with a 3 for the loss. Mike Griner back up again in the Chevelle. Got kicked over that right lane, 580 the dial. Tower side, Ray Barlow, 604 in the Mustang. Change lanes, doesn't matter. Griner rolling. Still has both entries going into round 4. 583.0 on the 580 with a 30 light. Barlow missed it. 105 total as he goes dead on with a 6 for the loss. And Stan Pfeiffer had the wait and see by, carried it from round 2, and now he's wait and saw, and he's going to be able to cash it in right here. 680 the dial, lost 1 earlier, so he'll carry 1 into the next round. This will conclude round number 3. Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. I need all dragsters to 7 and 8, please. All dragsters to 7 and 8. All dragsters, I need you to 7 and 8, please. So now all up top has been called. And Stan, 10 on the hit, goes 683.9 on the 680, and he'll move on to the next round. And we'll jump right into Access Insurance Agency round number 3 for C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. With Mike Barber, 619 for the Mustang, taking on Vaughn Dunn, 568 in the Camaro. And give the win light to Barber. Barber continues on a tear. 18 total on the lap there as Dunn. 12 on the hit. Can't run the number. 570 with a 2 on a 568 at 112 for the loss. Bill Gurton here, tower side in the Pontiac 672, taking on Regan Fox 622 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Big Bill, no more. Fox will move on, 002 up front. Goes dead on with a 2, 4 total for Fox. Gurton would have had his hands full, out to lunch on that one. Austin Yunt, 619 here, tower side, taking on Antoine Jett, 612 over in the Camaro. Once again, I need all dragsters to 7 and 8. All dragsters, need you to 7 and 8, please. Need you there now. We've called all of top. Doors cars should be in 5 and 6, dragsters should be in 7 and 8. Yunt, 002 red, give the win to Jet. Antoine goes dead on with a 5 to be 10 total on the lap. Yunt breaks it on out 616 with a 3 at 111 on the 619 dial. John McClure here, tower side in the pickup. 570 on the dial board, taking on Mike Lubnewski. I am butchering this poor guy's name, I guarantee it. In the Corvette, 589. Almost identical reaction times up front at the stripe. Give the win to Mike. Dead on with a 3 to be 23 total. McClure, 1 above 8 with the 18 reaction time is no good. Mike moves it on to round number 4. Peter Morris, 640 the dial here, tower side for the driver out of Wilmington, Delaware, taking on Daryl Tillman in the Corvette. 551 for Daryl. Win light, give it to Peter Morris. 12 up front, goes 2 above 6 on the 640 dial. Tillman 001 red, throws away dead on 4 on the lap. Should be a good run here. I think they've already run a few times. Brock Mosier, 544 here, tower side in the Vega wagon, taking on Aaron Thim, 587. Aaron's been mowing them down today. This is the 3rd time they've run each other today. Final call for all of top. Final call for all of top to the lanes. Door cars in 5 and 6, dragsters in 7 and 8. Brock did not hold back this time. Aaron's got her hands full at the stripe. Win light, Mosier, 20 total. Trip zip up front, 546.0 on the 544 dial at 124. Aaron, 12 up front, then goes 589.2 on the 587 for the loss. Erica Grader here, tower side, 591 on the Mustang as the girls battle it out here. Laura Truitt over in the far lane. Laura, fresh off the tractor in Whaleyville, ready to go. Actually, no, I think yesterday she was hanging out at MR Ducks doing some chug-a-ducks. 609 the dial for the Chevelle. Laura grabs all of it right there, and we'll get the win light. 15 total is Miss Truitt. 002 up front, 1 above 3 at 111 on the 609 dial. Erica, 15 on the hit, not bad at all, but breaks it out 1 thou. Got there first by 001, but couldn't do it. 590 with a 9 on 591 for the loss. Jeff Krasinski here, tower side, 569, taking on Senior George Washington out of Southampton, New Hampshire, in the 71 Duster. Dialed in at a 630. And the stripe, 2 thou margin of victory. Give it to the man with wooden teeth. 630 with a 1 on a 630 dial. 24 totals. George Washington. He'll ride his horse on to the next round as Krasinski. 006 up front, but can't run the number. Or possibly gave it back. 571.0 on the 569 for the loss. Terry Benton, 630 the dial in the Camaro. Tower side, Jake Morris in the pickup, 625. Winley, give it to Morse. 28 on the hit, goes 626.3 on the $625 at 106. Benton missed it a bit there for their standard. 631.3 on the 630. Benton out of here in round 3. Jim Fordyce here at Tower Side in the Corvette, taking on Cody Mariner in the Malibu. 574 for the Malibu. Give the win light to Cody Mariner as Mariner gets the win courtesy of True Start. 575.5 on the 574 dial with a 008 red reaction time. Fordyce 483.1 on the 481 with a 21 red reaction time. Larry Patton 520 the dial, taking on Matt Patterson 671 here at Tower Side in the S10. Once again, want to make sure we're reiterating it as much as we can. If you do not have your dial-in boards on when you get to the head of staging where the line is, if you do not have your shoe polish on the car when you get to the head of staging where the line is, your new dial-in is now 10 flat. The top buy for this round is a carryover, 131X. You need to go to lane 5. 131X, you need to go to lane 5 for your wait and see buy. At the stripe, give the win to Matt Patterson, 672.0 on the 671 dial with a 34 late. Larry, 45 at the hit, goes dead on with a 7, but no good. 8th margin of victory going here Tower Side. Dan Northrop back up in the Vega, 585. Taking on Vaughn Dunn in the Camaro. Dunn up for his second lick here, 568. At the stripe, give the win to Northrop. 009 up front, goes 587.8 on the $585 at 112. Dunn, 25 at the hit, goes 570 with a 2 on a 568 at 113 for the loss. As we've now merged over to the dragsters. So here now in the dragster, Severn Johnson, 468 Tower Side in the Pro Torque lane, taking on Connor Hebig in the Lucas Oil lane, $478 on the S&W dragster. Give the win to Severn, 004 margin of victory. Going his way, 18, one above, 2 to be 30 total. Connor, 22 up front, goes one above, 2 to be 34 total in the loss. Greg Hicks in the Ginkgo Plumbing Machine, 482 the dial for the driver out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. We need junior dragsters to lane 5 for pairing. You're on a ladder now. Junior dragsters to lane 5 for pairing. You are on a ladder now. Junior dragsters for 4th round. Morris Performance Transmission, 4th round. We need you to lane 5 and 5 only for pairing. Brian Krupp here, tower side, 496. Winlight, give it to Hicks. Dead on with an 8 to be 34 total. Crump, 43 at the hit, no good. Throws away dead on 9 for the loss. Mike Hoff here, tower side, 469. And looks like Kyle Koretsky got a battery, so thank you to whomever helped him out. 470 the dial for Koretsky. Junior dragsters, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling, junior dragsters for Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 4. We need you to lane 5 for pairing, please. You are now on a ladder. Give the wind light to Koretsky. Hoff turns it red. Koretsky dead on with a 4 to be 21 total. Hoff 471-2 on the 469 for the loss. Jason Anthony over in the far lane, 523. Taking on Butch Booker here tower side, 481 for the Miller Dragster. Neither driver going to hang this time slip up on their bulletin board. Give the win here tower side to Butch. 483 with a 7 on the 481 at 138. And Jason 521 with a 6 on the 523. And neither driver going to rate home about that reaction time. Bob Kalipski here, tower side, 447, taking on Chris Wilson, 450 for the American Dragster. Winley give it to Chris Wilson. 11 on the hit, goes 449-4 on the 450 dial. Kalipski, 006 red, and goes dead 5, but no good with that red light. Becky Mendenhall, 483 over in the far lane. Tower side, Frank Zegg, 472. Winley give it to Becky Mendenhall. Dead on with a 6, 39 total. Zeg puts it 1 above 2 on the 472 dial for the loss. 004 margin of victory going to Becky. Randy Krause up now, 490 the dial, taking on Bob Hickey, 473 for the Watson McDaniel Dragster. Like to welcome Slick Vic to the chat bleachers. This should add for entertainment. Winley give it to Krause. Dead on with a 5 to be 13 total. Hickey dead on with a 3, but 24 red on the let go is no good. Paul Kelly over in the far lane, 458. Take on Caitlin Krause here, tower side, 490 for her S&W Dragster. Winley give it to Kelly as Caitlin turns to 16 red. Kelly goes 457.8 on the 458 with a 008 reaction time. And Caitlin done for the day, throwing away dead on 6. Jason Hoff here, tower side, 436 on his dragster, taking on Terrell Sinkler. Rel, 525 on the dial-in. Winley give it to Jason Hoff as Rel was big time late. Jason Hoff dead on with a 7 for the win. Rel, no good. So it'll now be round robin. So when you win, you come right back to the lanes. When you win, you come right back to the lanes. So bring everything with you that you're going to need. Bring with you what you're going to need. It's round robin time. I need 4th round of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box, Southampton Long Island Hotel, round number 4. I need no box to 1 and 2. Winners will come right back to 1 and 2. Win late there, Brent Martin. Dead on with a 3 to be 7 total. Mike Lubinowski, thanks for playing. 15, dead 7, no good. I need a final call for any double top card to get back to the lanes. I need all doubles to get back to the lanes for top. If you haven't already, you should be coming back. And I need doubles for no box to 1 and 2. Doubles for no box to 1 and 2. It'll be round robin. Doubles first. No box to 1 and 2. And it's round robin. So if you win in no box, you will come right back to 1 and 2. Bring everything that you'll need to cool them, fuel them, recharge them. Bring your generators, bring your air tanks, bring your fuel jugs. Bring your water jugs. Bring anything you think you might need. When you come up for this round, and if you win, you keep coming right back to 1 and 2. That's how round robin works. Win late, John Dustin, dead on with an 8 to be 29 total on the lap. Frank Lakatis, no good, 17 on the hit, goes 2 above 3 on the 472 dial. Jason Barrow here now, 451 in the dragster, taking on Bob Murphy, 461.
All right, Murphy and Burrow going to get ready to go at it here, both pre-staged. No light advantage here at the stripe. Give it to Bob Murphy, 16 pack. 15 on the tree, dead 0. As Barrow was 52, he was 16 over with a 14. Not going to get there. Give it to Murphy. All right, we need no box. No box. Need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box. 1 and 2. We are round robin from here on out, guys. So we need no box. No box. Lanes 1 or 2. The Access Agency round coming up. So we'll be going into 4th round. And Southampton Long Island Hotel will be sponsoring the top the top bulb and the no box. And going into 4th round will be Morris Performance Transmissions for the Griner Brothers, Heating and Air, Junior Dragsters. So a few more to finish up here in our 3rd round of Access Insurance Agency, C2 Competition Converters, and Machine Top Bulb. And then we'll be starting 4th round. And Connor eBay in the S&W Dragster going to take on Mike Barber here in the Mustang. 619 here tower side. 478 on the Dragster, going to set him out about a tree. As a couple of our doubles coming back here, we'll finish up our top ball and move into our junior dragster division. Both drivers in pre-stage. Barber's in stage. Connor's in. Here we go. Tree fires. And Barber with a light advantage. Got a couple in his pocket. Can he hold the dragster off? He does. He's 005, dead 6 for 11 pack. As Connor was 22 and, like they said, wasting either C16 or methanol. Not sure which, but Barber will move on to round number 4. Gino Hicks and James Lar coming up next. Hicks and Laro coming up next. S10 taking on the pipe rack. Tower side, Hicks dials 475, 669 on the S10. Laro in, here comes Hicks. Light advantage to the dragster. He's got a hole 2 in his pocket and give it to him. 009 on the tree to go 19 over, 428 pack. Hicks was 25 on the tree to go dead 4. Laro was 25 on the tree to go dead 4. Hicks tightened it up at the stripe for 0013, 13-10 thou. So nice driving job there by Hicks. He'll move on. So here we go with the Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. 4th round sponsored by Moore's Performance Transmissions. As we are coming out right now with a 13 and older. Mason Dudley going to take on Kara Loosby. 1204 the dial for Loosby here, tower side. 902 for Dudley over there in the right lane. So Dudley going to have to wait about 3 seconds here. As Lusby going to get out there about probably 200 foot. And then Dudley's going to leave and come after. Final call for our no box Roadrunner Race Fuels, Southampton, Long Island, round 4. You need to be in in lanes 1 or 2. It is round robin. Lusby's out, and red light on Lusby's side. Give the win to Dudley. Dudley 38 on the hit. Dials 902, goes 905 with a 2, 71 mile an hour. And Mason will move on to round number 5. J.J. Schoenberg coming up against Danica Dustin. JJ here in the left lane, tower side, 802 the dial, 907 on Danica. Danica out of Rockville, Maryland. She's going to get the lead first by about 2 bulbs on the tree. Light advantage to Dustin. Can she hold off? JJ's going to charge hard, try to make the stripe look different, but it doesn't matter. He breaks out by 8 thou. Give the win to Danica. She's a 911 on a 907, but she was 35 on the tree. JJ a little bit late there. He was 107. Give the win to Danica Dustin. She's going to move on. Up next, Jordan Nelson going to take on Madison Schoenberg. Madison dials 812 here in the left lane. Over there in the right lane, Nelson dialed 794. So just a flicker of a bulb difference in the spot. Here we go. Trees firing. Light advantage of Jordan Nelson. Madison going to have her work cut out for her. They get to the big end. Yep, give it to Jordan. 006 on the tree. Goes 799 with a 0 on a 94. Madison was 47. Goes 815 with a 4, 76 miles an hour. And Shane Daly going to get the bye run here, looks like. Shane out of Bowie, Maryland, that 09 half-scale dragster. Going to dial 804. And going to make the best of the bye run here. No box, you should be in the lanes. No box in the lanes. And I'm going to go ahead and call next round, 4th round of top bulb, the C2 competition converter and machining. Top bulb, come back, gentlemen. This is round lanes 7 and 8. And Shane 20 on the hit. That was 804. Stops the timers, 807 at 79 mile an hour. So let us have top bulb back to round lanes 7 and 8. No box, you should be in 1 and 2, and it is round robin. You win, come back to the lanes, please. So we're getting down now to getting into some of the money here for day one of the Independence Day race here at Maple Grove. And on our top ball, let me have doubles first. Sorry about that, doubles first. Thank you, Lord Truitt. Doubles first to 7 and 8. So let me have all my doubles. I need doubles first to lanes 7 and 8. It's my first time trying this announcing gig, so thanks for the help, Laura. I appreciate that. Here we go, no box. Now, sponsored by Southampton Long Island Hotel. And good matchup here. Marty Flegel. 571 to Nova there in the right-hand lane, taking on Denny Rangener in the Cutlass. 749 to Dial. So Marty going to have to sit tight for almost 2 seconds. And Denny got one in his pocket. Can Martin make it up? He does. As Flegel was there, 73 with a 9 on a 71. He was 22 at the hit. And Denny was 13 on the hit, but only went a 54 with a 5 on a 49. Flegel taking 17 straight, moving on. Up next, Dan Casey in the Mustang over there in the right-hand lane, taking on Mike Griner. Griner in the Chevelle, 580 here, 582, almost a heads-up drag race. And Griner in trouble. Dan put a light on him. He sure did. Dan was 10 on the tree to go down there to run 3 over, as Griner was only 2 over, but 66 at the hit, and that makes the difference here today. Jane Emily up next. Here, Tower Side in the Blazer, 759 to Dial. Kyle Robb. That's sharp-looking Chevy 2. Out of A1 Motorsports, Denver, PA, 605 the Dial on the Chevy 2. Jana, just a graduate this year, and she's been mowing them down here today, so doing a good job. Light advantage going to go to Rob. He's got about 2 in his pocket. Can he make it up there? He does. He's 16 over with an 18 on the tree. As Jana goes dead 5, but 45. Just a little bit behind on the starting line. Made the difference of about 16 at the stripe. Jeff Stewart, Terry Sachs. Sachs here, Tower Side. Left-hand lane into Camaro. Chevelle, 635 the Dial for Jeff. 642 for Sachs. All right, here you go. And red light on Sachs as gives Stewart the win. He's 27 on the hit to go 2 over with a 7, picking up the win, moving on.
All right. Battery packs on the streaming cameras are all swapped out, and we're ready to go for a few more hours. Kurt Holland here, Tower Side, 616 the Dial in the Camaro. Taking on Matt Wachowski. Matthew, 636 in the Astra. Holland grabbed all that one and grabs the win. 6:17 with a 9 on a 6:16 with a 003 late. Witkowski, 6:35.4 on the 6:36 with a 38 late. No good. Stan Pfeiffer here now. 6:80. Taking on Terry Benton, 6:33. Oh boy. Stan is in big trouble. And Terry Benton's letting him know it. 008 goes 3 above with a 0 to be 38 total. Pfeiffer dead on with a 6 and no good. 87 total for the loss. Ernie Zagers, 6:28 in the Corvette, taking on Steve Dustin in the Mustang, 7:27 the dial. And give the win to Ernie. 6:30 with a 7 on 6:28 with a 28 late. Dustin 20 at the hit, but no good on the big end. 7:34.4 on the 7:27 dial for the loss. John Hedenberg, 6:56 for the Mustang, taking on Nathan Mendenhall here at Tower Side. 6:30 for the pickup. Mendenhall with the starting line advantage. Mendenhall with the finish line advantage by 2 thou. He tried to give that one back. 6:32.6 on the 6:30 dial with a 009 late at 103. Hedenberg goes 6:57.9 on the 6:56 with an 18 late. No good. Mendenhall moving on to round number 5. Ray Barlow, 6:05, taking on Dice Girl Shannon Fordyce in the Mustang. Remember, if you win this round in no box, you come right back to 1 and 2. We are in round robin. And we should have all of top to 7 and 8. We've called doubles. We should have all of top now to 7 and 8. This is round robin for you as well. If you win, you come right back to the lanes. Dice Girl making them pay on the big end. Dead on with a 2 to be 25 total. Barlow missed it up front. Dumps it at the big end. 6:07.1 on the 6:05 for the loss. Still rolling here in round 4 of no box. Theodore Myers here, tower side. 598 taking on Marty Flagel, 571. And give the win to Flagel. 570 with a 2 on a 571 with a 13 late. Myers, big time red up front, throws away dead on 0. Mike Griner back up here in the Chevelle, rolling. 581 the dial. Taking on Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle, 636. Griner, no more. 12 red. Give the win to Stewart. Dead on with a 9. 37 total.
racing jacket to the base of the tower gets a free gift card. Again, first person to bring a racing jacket to the base of the tower gets a free gift card. And if you already won, you cannot win again.
Here we go. Top round 4. Southampton Long Island Hotel, round 4, C2 competition converter and machining, top bulb. Here we go. Top Tower side, Mike Barber, 619 the dial for the Mustang, taking on Greg Hicks in the dragster, 475. This is going to be a good one here. Here comes the dragster, chasing down the Mustang. The Mustang gets the win. 14, 2 above for the win is Mike Barber, 621.3 on the $619 at 110. Hicks breaks out. Takes way too much stripe. Goes 474.4 on the $475 at 144 for the loss. Peter Moore, 641 here, tower side, taking on Becky Mendenhall. Becky, 483 in the dragster. Here comes Becky chasing down the Chevelle. Identical reaction times. Win light, Becky, 485.5 on the $483 with a 15 light. She moves on, takes out Morris's 645.9 on the $641 dial, and he is out of here in round number 4 competition. Back to some dragster on dragster crime. Butch Booker, 480 here, tower side, taking on Chris Spanky Wilson. 450, the dial for the American chassis in the Lucas Oil lane. Butch turns it 001 red, gives the win to Wilson. Wilson goes 008 up front, and then 448.2 on the 450 and 156. Booker, 481.1 on the 480 at 141 for the loss. Mike Lubanowski in the Corvette, 589, taking on Jake Morris in the S10, 626. Missing one no box car. Need one no box car to the lanes. If you're not there, you should be there. It's round robin time. Give the win to the Corvette by 009. 591.9 on the $589 with a 30 light. Morris missed it big time up front. Breaks it out. 625.6 on the 626 for the loss. Reagan Fox, 622. Laid down 4 total last round. Taking on Matt Patterson here, tower side in the S10, 671. In the first round of combined racing action, mixing one car for no box to 1 and 2. One car for no box. We're missing. Need you to 1 and 2, please. Fox is not going to lay down 4 total this time. Win light. Give it to Patterson. 002 up front, puts it 3 above 1 on the 671 dial. Takes 003 margin of victory and takes out Fox's 623.1 on the 622 dial. Randy Krause back up, 490 for his dragster. Taking on Paul Kelly, down 458. Winlight, give it to Kelly. 003, one above 0 to be 13 total. Kraus cracks it 9 red, throws away dead on 9. Dan Northrup and Antoine Jett. Northrup here in the Pro Torque lane, tower side. 585 the dial, taking on Antoine Jett. 612 over in the Lucas Oil lane in the Camaro. Antoine Jett's going to kick himself. Dan Northrup's going to send him a Christmas card. Antoine, 006 red, throws away dead on 5. And I have no unearthly idea what Dan Northrup was doing there. 585 dial goes 576 1 and an 83 reaction time. I'm thinking some numbers got messed up in a delay box or a dial-in board or something. But he gets away with one nonetheless. Bob Murphy in the dragster, 461, taking on Laura Truitt. Laura, 610 in the Chevelle. Almost identical reaction times at the straight. 4th down, margin of victory. Give it to the rail. 29 totals. Bob Murphy dead on with a 9. Laura Truitt 1 above 5 in the losing effort. She will come back to play again tomorrow and bows out here in round number 4. Our beloved first president of the United States of America, George Washington, 632 the dial in the Duster. Out of Southampton, New Hampshire, taking on Cody Mariner here tower side, 574. Out of Salisbury, Maryland. Down at the stripe, getting ready for the drop is Washington and grabs the win. 5 total is the former first president. 4,000 margin of victory as Mariner is 006, dead 3 in the losing effort. Great lap, would win almost any round, but not this one. Cam Murray moves on. Severn Johnson, 468 the dial here tower side, taking on Brent Martin, 467 in the race tech. Winley, give it to Severn, 467.5 on the 468 with a 21 late. Martin turns it 009 red and clicks it off early. Tower side now, Jason Hall, 434 for the Miller Dragster, taking on Kyle Koretsky, 470 the dial. Winley, give it to Hoff. 11, 1 above 6 for the win as Koretsky 004 red and breaking it out 6th thou on the big end to end his day. Win light, give it to Greg Hicks. 001, one above, 2 to be 13 total. John Dustin, 34 on the let go, no good, 40 total in the losing lap. This should be a barn burner here. Far lane, 620 the dial for Mike Barber in the Mustang, Tower side, in the Vega wagon, 544 for Brock Mosier. Win light, give it to Barber. 4, dead 9 to be 13 total. Mosier 003 and drops it. Goes 546.6 at 125 on the 544 dial and the losing effort. Coming out next, we got Nitro Graphics, round number 5 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Tower side, Nathan Mendenhall, the Trash Can Killer, 630 the dial, taking on Ernie Zagers. $6.28 the dial for the Corvette. Ripping it on the big end is Mendenhall. Starting line advantage, finish line advantage. 007 margin of victory. Give it to him. 634.4 on the 630 with an 11 light. Ernie out of here. 629.6 on the 628 and late at the hit. Dan Cassie over in the far lane in the Mercury Capri, 582. Taking on Kurt Holland here, tower side in the Camaro, 616. Winlight, give it to Dan in the Capri. 008 margin of victory. 29 up front, goes 584.7 on the 582 at 116 for the loss, or for the win. Holland, 620 with a 1 on a 616 dial with a 23 light. No good. Looks like Holland might have given that one back. Good one here, 636 for the Mustang of Shannon Fordyce. Dice Girl taking on Marty Flagel. 572 for the Chevy 2. Flagel has this one in control, and the win light. 16, dead 8 to be 24 total, and grab the win. Shannon dead on with a 1, but 36 total, no good. Bows out here in round number 5. Coming up next, Jeff Stewart, 637 in the Chevelle, taking on Kyle Robb in the Chevy 2, 605. And Stewart turns it red, gives the win to Kyle Robb. Robb dead on with an 8. We'll move on. As Stewart goes 639.6 on the 637 for the loss. And we'll have to wait here for a few minutes as Marty Flagel is still doubled. Wait for him to get back. And good news for those of you that have lost and got into the money rounds. Payouts are available in the base of the tower. Round 5, junior dragsters. Out on the starting line. Mason Dudley here, tower side 903, taking on Jordan Nelson, 799 in the half scale over in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Mason Dudley. 905 with a 0 on a 903 with a 37 late. Nelson, big time red. It goes 798.7 on a 799 for the loss. Shane Daly, 808 the dial. Over in the Lucas Oil lane, tower side in the Pro Torque lane. Danica Dustin, 909. Shane in control here at the stripe. Win late, Shane. 811 with an 8 on an 808 dial with a 55 late. Danica puts it one above. 910 with a 7 on a 909. But just missed it a little bit there at the tree. Down to the last 3 cars remaining in round 5 of no box. Tower side, Marty Flagel, 572, taking on Terry Benton in the Camaro, 633. Benton turns it 002 red. Flagel missed it just a bit. Rides it on down. Benton, 632-1 on the 633. End his night there with that entry. Jeff Stewart now on the bye, 639 for the Chevelle. And this will conclude Nitro Graphics round number 5 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Remember, all cars for No Box should be coming right back to 1 and 2. All top bulb cars should be coming right back to 7 and 8, and juniors back to 5. And that will conclude round 5. Here we go. Door car versus dragster. Severn Johnson here, tower side. 467 taking on Cam Murray in the Duster. 627 for the driver out of New Hampshire. Severn turns it 003 red, give the win to the Duster. Throws away dead on 5 is Severn. And the Duster coasts on through on the big end after an 18 let go. Next up, Mike Barber, 620 in the Mustang, taking on Paul Kelly, 459 in the dragster. Barber still doubled here in round 5. Barber in control, finish line. Oh, he can't get it done. 3,000 from a perfect run was Mike Barber. Trip zip up front, breaks it out. 6:19.7 on the $620 at 110. Paul Kelly 16 on the hit, goes dead at 4 to be 20 total and take out one of Barber's entries. Next up, Dan Northrup in the Vega, 582, taking on Chris Wilson, Spanky, 448 on the American Dragster. Winley, give it to Northrup, dead on with an 8 to be 37 total. Spanky, 002 up front, can't wool it up on the big end. Northrup drops him on his head. Wilson takes it on through at 152 to go 446.8 on the 448 dial. Mike Lubanowski here, tower side, 589, taking on Becky Mendenhall. Becky, 483 in the American Dragster. Winley, give it to Mike here, tower side. I don't even know what happened there. That was not pretty on either side. But Mike moving on. Becky, some kind of issue there. And Mike with a very bad reaction time. Bob Murphy, 459 in the dragster, taking on Matt Patterson, 672 here, tower side in the S10. Double breakout win. Give it to Bob Murphy. 18 on the hit, goes 458.5 on the 459 dial. Patterson, 669.0 on the 672 with a 12 light, but Murphy moving on. So down here for just a minute as we wait for Mike Barber to bring it back around. Remember, all cars, when you win in top, you should be coming right back to 7 and 8. Once again, for those that have lost in previous rounds, if you were lucky enough to make it to the money rounds, those payouts are available at the bottom of the timing tower. All right, we got some lucky losers. Third round, junior dragsters. Jackson Griner, you're the lucky loser. So head to the first floor of the timing tower to collect your prize. Kevin Mendenhall in third round of no box. And Bill Groton for third round of top bulb. So you three have won prizes. So head to the bottom of the timing tower and grab your prizes from FRBR. So here we go. Finish it up. Round 5. Nitro Graphics, round 5 of C2 competition converters and machining top ball. We've got a killer matchup. Mike Barber, 620 in the Mustang, taking on Jason Hoff here tower side in the dragster. 435 for Hoff. Both drivers are pre-stage. Who will go in first? Barber knocks out the bottom bulb. Here comes Hoff. We're ready to go. Here comes the dragster. Barber in control. Win light. Barber. He's 14 total on the lap. 5 dead. 9 is Mike Barber. Takes out the dragster of Jason Hoff. And Greg Hicks here with the bye, dialed in at 139 for Sean Sarah. Levin on the hit, then clicks it loose. So here we go, round 6 of no box. On the starting line, Dan Casey in the Capri, 582. Taking on Marty Flagle, 573 for the Chevy 2. Win light, give it to Flagle as Dan cracks it red. Flagle rolls it on down. Here we go. Nate Mendenhall, Nathan, the trash can killer, 630 the dial. Here tower side in the S10, taking on Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle, 637. at the stripe. Both are ripping it. Win light, give it to Mendenhall. 6:28.8 on the 6:30 dial with a 27. Light takes the 5 thou margin of victory. As Stewart, 30 on the hit, goes 6:35.3 on the 6:37 dial, but no good. Gets there 002, but not enough. Mendenhall moves on to round number 7. Final round. The Daryl Tillman Realty Group final round of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. Who's going to pick up the big win here on night number 1 of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive? Is it going to be Shane Daly here at Towerside out of Bowie, Maryland? 808 the dial. Taking on Mason Dudley out of Owings, Maryland. Dial 904. Both regular MIR competitors. So here we go. Burnouts are complete. We're ready to go. Both drivers are pre-staged. Who goes in first? Shane does. Here comes Mason. We're ready to race. And it is a true start win for Mason Dudley. Both drivers very red, but give the win to Mason Dudley. 905 with a 9 on a 904 with at 71 miles an hour. Shane 810 with a 5 at 79 mile an hour on an 808 dial. Mason Dudley picks up the true start win in the finals of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters here on day number 1 of Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. Congratulations to Mason Dudley. Finishing up round 6 of No Box. We've got Kyle Robb, 605 here, Tower Side in the Chevy 2, taking on the Chevy 2 to Marty Flagel. Flagel, 572 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Here we go. Tree is lit. Green on both sides. Flagel's coming for him, but he's got his hands full this time. Wind light, give it to Rob. Dead on with a 4 to be 25 total. Marty Flagel, 33 at the hit, wasting gas. 570 with a 5 on a 572. Flagel, no good, out of here with that entry. Kyle Robb moving on. Remember, all winners should be coming right back to the lanes. We are round robin. No box should be coming back to 1 and 2. And top bulb should be coming back to 7 and 8. It's round robin. Bring everything that you need with you to the lanes. Round robin. Winners come right back. Once again, if you win, come back to the lanes. We need no box to 1 and 2. Looks like most of top is coming back. So no box, guys, if you can make your way back. So here we go. With B&M Performance and Machining, round number 6 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. Tower side 475 is the dial for Greg Hicks in the dragster. He'll be taking on the Corvette of Mike Lubinowski. 590 for the Corvette. Green on both sides. Here comes the dragster. The door car's in trouble. The door car is out of here. Dead on with a 3 is Greg Hicks to go 16 total. Mike, 23 at the hit. No good. Goes 589. 2 on the 590 dial for the loss. Another dragster versus door car matchup. We got Dan Northrup here, tower side in the Vega. Dial of 581. He'll be taking on Paul Kelly in the dragster, dial 459. Down to the stripe, win light by 001 margin of victory. Give it to the dragster. 459.2 on the 459 dial with a 25 reaction time as Northup breaks out by 3 thou. 580 with a 7 on a 581 with a 31 light. Paul Kelly moving on. Cam Murray in the duster, 628 the dial, taking on Bob Murphy. Murphy here, tower side, 459 for the dragster. At the stripe, win light, give it to the duster. 629 with a 5 on a 628 with a 22 light. The dragster, 461.3 on the 459 dial for the loss. And now Mike Barber with the bye in the Mustang, 619 the dial. Barber, 17 on the hit, goes 620 with a 2 on a 619. And we'll move on to round number 7. All right. Lucky losers for round number 4. We got Madison Schonberger in junior dragsters, John Hedenberg in no box, and in top bulb, Cody Mariner. Round 5 for no box, we have Kurt Holland and Mike Barber. You're still rolling in top bulb, so you'll be a little bit. But all of those lucky losers, head to the first floor of the timing tower and grab your prizes. Here we go, semifinals. It's the Daryl Tillman Realty Group, round number 7, semifinals of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Kyle Robb here, tower side, 605 in the Chevy 2, taking on the Chevy 2 of Marty Flagle, 572. This is second matchup between these two. Both drivers are in. On the pre-stage, there goes Robb on the stage bulb. Flagle will start bumping it in. They're both in. Here we go. Pretty close race, almost identical reaction times at the stripe. Windlight, give it to Flagle, dead on with a 7. He's 52 total on the lap as he takes out Kyle Robb. Robb breaks it out 6:03.3 on the 6:05 dial with a 48 reaction time. Marty Flagle headed to the finals where he will face Nathan Mendenhall. So the trash can killer himself, 6:28 the dial on the S10. .22 on the hit is Mendenhall. And 6:25.7 on the 6:28 as he will come back around to face Marty Flagle for the Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box final here on day number 1 of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive. Here we go, semifinal action. It's the Daryl Tillman Realty Group, round number 7, a C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Dragster versus dragster, door car versus door car. We'll have one each in the final round. Greg Hicks, here tower side, 481, the dial for the driver out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Taking on Paul Kelly out of Chemung, New Jersey, 459 on his rail in the Lucas Oil Lane. So here we go. Kelly, first to pre-stage. Here comes Hicks. Kelly's on in. Hicks will start bumping. He's in. Time to go. Green on both sides. We've got a drag race. Kelly in control at the stripe. Win light. Give it to Paul Kelly. Dead on with a 7 to be 24 total and headed to the final round to take on this next set of cars on the starting line. Hicks breaks it out, 479.9 on the 481 with a 26 light. Gets there by 009, but not good enough. Paul Kelly moving on to the next round. So here we go. Who will be the door car representative? Will it be Cam Murray here, tower side, and the Duster out of Southampton, New Hampshire, 631 the dial, taking on Mike Barber out of Kinzer, Pennsylvania, in the Mustang, 620. They're in. We're ready to go. Oh, boy. The Duster in control. The Duster with the double breakout win gets there by 0003. And grabs the win. It's going to be Cam Murray taking on Paul Kelly in the final round of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. So Murray, 630 with a 9 on the 631 dial. Barber, 618.3 on the 620 dial, breaking it out more. So we are. We're ready to go. Tower side. It's the trash can killer himself, Nathan Mendenhall, 625 the dial for the S10 out of Parkersburg, Pennsylvania. He'll be taking on Marty Flagel in the Chevy 2, 572 the dial for Marty. Pick one and ride with him. Who's it going to be? S10 or the Chevy 2? Both have been laying it down all day. Who's got one more in the bag? Both are pre-staged. Coming up on the R's, bumping them in. Who will go in first? Burning it down. Flagel is in. Here comes Mendenhall. Mendenhall's in. Oh boy. Here comes the Chevy 2. He's going to have his hands full at the stripe. Win light. Give it to Nathan Mendenhall. The trash can killer does it again. 11 total in the finals. He's 10 dead one for the win is Nathan Mendenhall. Marty Flagel, 23 up front, drops it dead on 6 to be 26 total. Great laps by both drivers, but it's Nathan Mendenhall bringing home the win in Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Day number 1 at Daryl Tillman Realty Group's Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive. And we got one more pair left to go. That'll be Cam Murray and Paul Kelly. So drivers, bring them back to the lanes if you haven't already. And we'll be ready to go with the final round of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb here coming right up. We need the finals. Paul Kelly. Paul Kelly, need you to the lanes, please. I know Cam Murray's down there. We need the finals of Top Bulb. Paul Kelly. Paul Kelly, need you to the lanes, please. Paul Kelly, we need you to the lanes because we only have 8 more minutes till curfew. So Paul Kelly, need you to the lanes. Need you to the lanes now, please. Curfew is 10 o'clock. We need you to the lanes, please. All right, I see we got both of our cars down in the lane, so drivers can get them ready and start loading up. Get this thing off right before curfew. And I hear some noise down in the staging lane, so that must mean it's time for the final round of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb here at the FRBR Promotions Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. So here we go. Paul Kelly in the dragster, tower side, 4:59 to dial for the driver out of Chemung, New Jersey. He'll be taking on Cam Murray, going by the pseudonym George Washington here today. Southampton, New Hampshire's very own 71 Duster, dialed in at 6:28. And all I can say is, if he wins, Lord help this winner circle interview. Both drivers have completed their burnout and are pulling up to the pre-stage. Who will it be? Will it be the dragster or the door car? They're both pre-stage. Who will make the first move to go in? There goes the door car. Dragster's in. We're ready to race. Oh my goodness. The dragster's in deep trouble. Win light. Give it to Cam Murray. George Washington has rode the Delaware and saved America here on July 4th weekend. 6:30 with a 6 on a 6:28 with a 006 reaction time. Cam Murray, your winner over Paul Kelly. Kelly, late at the hit. Breaks it out 3 thou on the big end for the loss. Cam Murray headed to victory lane, and so am I. We'll see all of our winners down in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane here at the Independent Showdown. If you're tuning out on Diamond State Digital now, we appreciate you watching all day. If you're sticking around for the winner circle interviews, I can promise you Cam Murray's will probably be worth the price of admission. And look forward to doing this again with you all tomorrow. We'll see you in the morning. Brian Epps. Brian Epps, can you come out of your trailer, please? All right. Down here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with Mason Dudley, your winner in Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster. Mason, bud, way to lay down some laps out there today.
Thank you.
First time in doing this? Nervous? A little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You got. Oh boy. All right. We're like right on the edge. All right. Well, Mason, you came here, you conquered. MIR showed up strong. You all were the final four, and you were able to bring this one home. What's this one mean to you?
MIR rate? Or MIR win? I don't know.
Do you got anybody you want to thank?
Ron Hubble, my mom, my dad, my grandparents, and Maple Grove.
All right. Congratulations, Mason. Way to get the big win today, and we'll make sure we keep an eye on you all weekend long. Great job.
Thank you.
Mason Dudley, your winner here today in Junior Dragsters. All right, back down here again in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane, this time with your Roadrunner Race Fuels no winner here today, Nathan Mendenhall. Most know you better as the trash can killer, and there's probably a few other nicknames that we'll stay sensitive to. Yeah, we'll go with that. Nate, man, you were killing it out there today. You really had the tree, both ends of the track. You had a good spot out there, and I saw that thing drop plenty of times. And how many times do you clear this thing out when you pull up to the line? Because it's got to be at least like 15.
So I learned from my man Brandon Layfield, if you clear it out more than 6 times, you turn on a wind light. So that's what I started doing.
Did you take any other advice from him?
No.
Okay, good. All right, true. I was really worried. Well, Nate, man, I know you came out of junior ranks and you haven't slowed down since you got up here into the big cars. And, man, I know you got plenty of people to thank for this thing.
Oh, yeah. I want to thank my parents for following me in my dreams, making it all come true. My sister, even though she breaks shit. I want to thank Brian Blittersdorf, the Embleys for all their support, my man Q-Ball over there, my grandparents, Mark at US 13, and Denise. And most importantly, I want to thank my mom for everything she taught me, because we know we didn't get it from my dad. And Mike, he's in there too. The Connors, even though my kid sucks in juniors, I try to pick up for him. Oh yeah, my girlfriend Jana, she's right there. I didn't see her. I think that's about it.
Well, Nathan, you're going to be a force to be reckoned with in foot brake and no box for some time to come. There's no doubt about that. You got a great support system. It's very evident here. And, I guess we'll end this interview so you all can go fix Becky's car like usual.
Sure.
Congratulations, Nathan Mendenhall, your winner in no box here today for Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. All right. Back down here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane for what might be the last thing we ever do on the Diamond State Digital YouTube channel. Bringing you your winner of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb, George M.F. Washington, otherwise known as Cam Murray.
I've done enough to it already, dude. Come on.
Mr. President, you just got this thing together. We know Galat did not treat you well. You're back. And I think the word maybe close to excessive braking comes into play on a couple of those spot drops down there on the big end, but you played it pretty well on both ends today.
It felt good. If it looked excessive up there, it didn't feel it in the car, so that's a good thing. Just being here is just unbelievable. You know, you mentioned Galat. We went down there. We didn't have a terrible weekend, but, you know, came back. I was going to come here for another event, and we just had the heads that were leaking water all on the block. And we've had one race this year, you know what I mean? I got $250 for going down there, spending a fortune. I was ready to hang it up for the season. One race, done, and for 2 weeks I was done. And then I decided I was just, whatever, spend the money. That's what we always do as racers, just spend the money. And yeah, this is the first time the car's been down the track since April. So the fact that we're here is just pretty crazy, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, you definitely didn't look like it's been since April that you were in this thing. I know you found some rental rides.
You want to see some of my time slips today? You want to know how we started out in no box? Take a guess. Did you see it?
No.
Take a guess.
How bad?
Reaction time.
Did it have 3 digits?
No, we weren't that bad. No, come on, man. Go ahead.
I don't want to give you too much credit. 60s?
There's 85. We backed it up with a 56 first round. You better believe we were in the buyback window for that one. And even in first round, I was behind. I think I was 27, which off the top is stellar. And a guy drove it out the back door taking 65, and so we didn't have to buy back that one. And I really didn't feel great today. I'm not really a top bulber, which is even more embarrassing how bad I did in no box today. And I just got lucky when I needed to be. We had a really nasty run. I think it was round 4 or 5. I was 5 total. My opponent was 9 total. Like that was just disgusting. And I just was good when I needed to be. And you hear that a lot. You hear, you know, you got to be lucky when you need to be, and you got to be good when you need to be. And that was certainly the tale of the story today.
Well, absolutely, man. You definitely were good when you needed to be. Lucky when you needed it as well. And it definitely led you to the promised land. So you have made America free, and the 13 colonies can go on.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we could trade in Washington for a few Benjamins. I want to shout out a few people. First on my dad. You know, my dad, this is his car. I've never been able to win in it. I don't know what it is with me. I've done horrible in it. I've done okay in it. And finally winning in this car is just so surreal. It's, you know, you go to the track as a kid watching your parents race, and I watched this car go down the track forever, and finally winning in it is just so fulfilling, you know what I mean? And he's here, nobody else is. That's the other part of this. It's just strange. You know, we don't have the rest of our family here. My brother, my mom, the Karagizian family. Like, typically our convoy that usually comes and supports FRBR, it's just me today. So that part's weird. But, you know, I got to thank specifically my brother and Brandon. A lot of people that know me know that I don't do anything on this car. So they went and rewired the whole thing. I think I torqued the heads down. I think that's the extent of how much work I did to get this back together. I got to thank my mom. You know, she makes everything possible. You know, she makes sure we're all in line, you know, especially on the money thing. She, you know, makes sure we're all in line on that we can go and afford this. She's been doing a hell of a job taking care of my grandmother the last 6, 7, 8 months now, 9. How many months is it now? 9 months. I mean, it's been taxing on all of us, but it's second to none for her. She's been straight out, and I know she wished she could be here, so that part kind of sucks. But appreciate everything she does for me, and I want to say hi to my grandmother as well if she's watching. And again, just everyone that's helped us out along the way to be able to do this. And especially the Karagesians. They do so much for us. It's basically, you know, a bigger family that we have. So again, just not having them here is just, it sucks. Oh yeah, Emily, superstar crew chief. Thank you.
Well, okay. Definitely laid it down, and you got the win when you needed it, and we're glad to have you here in Victory Lane. Look forward to seeing what you do the rest of the weekend. Congratulations, and I know you'll enjoy this one.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Your winner here today, Ann Murray in the C2 Competition Converters Machining Top Bulb at FRBR. It's the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive. Want to thank everybody for coming out today. Want to thank everybody for watching along at home on Diamond State Digital. We'll be back tomorrow morning, and things kick nice and early. And we have the full slate again, plus the shootouts, the Saturday night shootouts. So look forward to another great day of racing, and we'll see everybody here again tomorrow.